And hello to everyone out there today. It is I, Deoxyomi. And as you probably have guessed, I even took the liberty last night to actually set up my 2D model as well. I haven't done that since I actually got my computer replaced, so now I actually have my big panda guy all nice and set up again, which makes me very happy. Also, it just kind of felt like a nice way to celebrate Halloween by actually getting my cute little 2D avatar back online again. It's been far too long since I've actually used it, so here I am, being Panda. All that good stuff. I have definitely been having I feel like I've been having actually some rough days. At least mentally speaking. It's only been rough in the sense of that I know I'm definitely heading into, I know I've been, in a rather depressive mode. And so it's kind of hard for me to get it, all back together again. To kind of get my brain in order, I should say. It's not very nice, that's for sure. It's not very nice, that's for sure. But Zeth, I hope you're doing well. And for anybody else who may be lurking or may watch this VOD, and hopefully you're all having a wonderful day. So today I have decided to play... It's funny to say to play this game. It's literally a funny little test that you can take for yourself. And I don't know, I find it really nice to play maybe at least once a year. Because I forget a lot of the answers, or I should say I forget a lot of the questions that they ask, and so it's kind of nice to see, how have I changed since the last time I played this? And this is probably the scariest thing to do, in my opinion, is just to get, as, Pops would have said, where it's just going into our rooms and thinking our thoughts alone kind of thing. Well, this is essentially how this feels. It's nice, to say the least. Hi, Spooky. Toppy Panda. Yeah! This is my 2D avatar. I've had it for a very long time. I just haven't been using it for the last few months since my computer kind of exploded. I say exploded, but whatever. But so I finally decided to reset it up. I actually panicked because part of me was just oh god, I hope I actually got, which of course I got those assets, but you know, part of me still couldn't help but panic a little bit. So obviously I had to put it from my Google Drive into my computer and then remember how to reset up everything again, which I probably still need to mess with a few settings still. And my entire stream crashed. That's fine. That happens, unfortunately. Let me think. Oh god, my brain. Okay. So, I did check to see if this game would work. I actually had to use a different type of window capture in order to get this to work, but it will work without me having to display my entire screen, which was oh god, I don't want to have to do that. Hold on. The game starts off really loud, so I turned it down quite a bit. Let me know if you want me to turn it up some more, and I can turn up the game, I believe. There we are. Hold on. Oh, you're kidding me. Wait, actually. Well, this works anyways. It doesn't matter. Actually, this works quite well anyways. I'll just do it this way. So, the test. This came out... This actually came out a while ago. Like, maybe a couple of years ago. Maybe even... Was it literally 2 years ago? I need to, like... Let me go to the store page real fast. Like, when did this come out? This came out in 2020. So, it's been 4 years since this game came out. Let me know if it's too quiet, too loud, too anything. Does this sound appropriate? Because it sounds fine to me. My bar seems to be kind of like... I think it's fine. If it sounds fine to me, it's probably fine for you guys. Probably. Maybe. I hope. Alright. If you guys are ready to explore the test and all of its potentially uncomfortable questions, why don't we go right on into it? You're more than welcome to join in any of the discussions I'll have. I will be discussing it out loud, all of my answers and how I feel about them. So yeah, let's go for it. Now, in order to begin, this is the most important part of this entire experience. You'll be asked a series of questions, and you must answer them honestly. Now, when I say answer them honestly, I don't mean answer them how you'd like to answer them. Answer them with truth, even if it's hard to face. We all want to be good people. We rarely want to admit our faults, grievances, or mistakes. But you must decide what you truly want. Do you want this to work properly? Do you want the truth about yourself, your destiny in this world, or would you rather live a lie just to hide from yourself? The process is very simple in theory. Just answer a long series of questions. What's difficult is self-analyzing your own psyche to evaluate the truths in your own mind and life so that you can predict your future. You see, as long as you're honest with these questions and answers, you'll be able to see your own future here. This will tell you things you already know, but don't necessarily know that you know. As long as the answers you provide to the questions asked are 100% honest and true, this process will simply unlock a part of your mind that you do not have natural access to. This isn't psychic. This isn't a personality test. This is simply nature. This is you. This is your own mind. This is simply nature taking its course. This is the human brain at work unlocking hidden truths within itself. While attempting to answer many of these questions, you'll often wonder things like, well, this answer depends on the circumstances. Create your own circumstances in your mind and answer the questions with a simple yes or no as you see fit. You may not understand or realize it, but your mind will develop the situation required to answer your question the way it needs to be answered. I invite you to grab a drink of water, sit back, relax, and enjoy the experience. We are about to begin with a series of questions, and provided that you are a willing participant, we'll be unlocking some substantial information today. Here we go. Do you believe that everyone should always be treated fairly? I find this question to actually be a lot trickier than it sounds. Should everyone always be treated fairly? Everyone includes everyone. Fairly means depending on their... Should everyone always be treated fairly? Let's face it. Do I actually believe that everyone should always be treated fairly? Am I capable of actually being able to do that myself? Do I really believe this? And let me be fair with you on this one. There are definitely some people in which I believe don't need to be treated fairly. That they deserve the fate that they deserve. These people would be like Nazis and, you know, people of intolerance. They don't deserve fair treatment. They deserve to be eradicated, essentially. Like, plain and simple, that is my belief. So when I see this question of, do I believe that everyone should be always treated fairly? The answer is no, because there are some people that don't deserve to be treated fairly. Those people are awful people. And that's why I would say no. Do you believe that everyone should always be treated equally? Again, the same kind of answer. Should everyone always be treated equally? Which, again, kind of goes back to the same question as before. Circumstance dictate. Equal, absolutely a no for me. And that's fair. It's just how I look at this question. It's trying to say that, do I believe that everybody should be treated this way? Which, in my opinion, is like, well, no. There are some people that don't need to be treated that way. Same thing with me believing about equally, though. Everyone should be treated fairly. But that's the thing, though. Oh, God, my voice. It's one of the things about this game that I find very interesting is that you have to build... It's like, how do I answer this question? You kind of just have to build the question in your mind and say, this is what I believe. And I would honestly say the same thing about this one, too. There are people that should not be treated equally. Have you ever invented anything? That would depend on what do we mean by invented. I probably want to use this a lot more broad. Let's not say that this is something like, I invented a new machine that no one's ever done before. Invented can be a lot of things. Based emote. It really is. Also, hi Sal, and hello Blue, by the way. Have I ever invented anything? I suppose in many ways I have created things. I've created a lot of things in my head. I invent worries, anxieties all the time. I create those, but I don't really invent them. I want to say no. Do you believe that you are worthy of someone's time investment? This is where therapy comes in. Do I believe that I am worthy of someone's time investment? If you don't answer yes, Zish, that's the problem with this game. I have to be very honest with myself. I just had this conversation actually with my therapist today. And yes, I did see my therapist on Halloween today, by the way. That's just how it worked out, which is really funny. I actually still struggle a lot with this. I struggle a lot with feeling like I'm actually worthy of... that I am worthy of someone else's time. And I know that I've seen this question before, and I know I've always said no. Or at least I'm pretty sure I've always said no. And it's hard to say yes to this, because it's... I know that part of me feels no. Do I believe? No. Am I fighting to make myself feel worthy of it? Yes, I am, but that's not the question. The question is, do I believe that I am worthy of someone's time investment? Currently, it's still no. Worthy is a weird word. That's the point of this game. The game is meant to make you really think and be honest with yourself. So far, this one is also, unfortunately, still a no, because I don't believe I am. I am fighting for it, though. This is a part of my psyche I am actively fighting on right now. Would you consider yourself to be open-minded? Actually, yeah. The first time I get to say yes. Yeah, I do. Even with things in which I feel very uncomfortable about. Now, it's really funny that there are very specific things that I can feel very comfortable about, but I don't fault them for it. It's more of like, there is something about me, something that this, I hate to say trigger, but it's something that it triggers me in a way that makes me feel uncomfortable about it. But I don't blame the group for it, essentially. It's more of like, they have their thing that they enjoy. There's nothing inherently wrong with it. I feel weird about it. Like, I feel uncomfortable about it, but that doesn't mean that they're wrong. I like to think that's kind of what open-minded would be, is that it's kind of allowing yourself to understand that, especially if we're friends or family or we share a bond of some kind. Worthy is definitely something I struggle with a lot, personally speaking. But yeah, I do consider myself very open-minded. Would you say that you sometimes have trust issues? Oh, I have immense amount of trust issues. I'm currently even going through a lot of those right now, if I'm being fairly honest. Would you be alright with living alone forever? I'm gonna go ahead and put it there. I have lived a very isolating life. And I know how bad it makes me feel to live alone. I know how much it hurts me. I know how much it makes me feel sad. Like, I don't know how else to say it other than just like, would I be alright with living alone forever? The answer is honestly no. I don't want to be alone. It's actually one of the many things in which I feel like that depends on how you define alone. Are we talking about post-apocalyptic alone, or like not having another person living with you alone? As the game says, develop whatever circumstances you need to answer the question. In this case, I'm thinking about never being with somebody. I cannot live alone like that, though. I don't like the idea of that. I'm isolated. I don't want that. Do you always give someone the benefit of the doubt? I kind of have to say yes to this one initially. It's like, I usually try to be nice. As a matter of fact, I literally had my first time of like an art bot. That's like an art scammer person. Because they were just trying to get me to commission them. And I was just like, you know, being kind of cute with them, and then like and then I was just like noticing like, oh yeah, this is this, and then so I was just like, okay. And then it got to the point where it's like, okay, yeah, I'm done with you. So, oh, Sal, you're so sweet. But yeah, I do have a tendency of giving people the benefit of the doubt. Do you dislike the sound of your own voice? I do. A lot of people do. I don't like the sound of my own voice. It's very grating. This is still something I want to work on for streaming purposes. I need to be able to edit my own stuff and get over the sound of my voice. Do you like the color blue more than the color black? Also, I love that they're using you. Blue is a nice color. Black is very nice in terms of... Black is a very nice color for, like, very simple things, but, like, I do like the color blue. I think the color blue is wonderful. If you found money on the street and knew who it belonged to, would you give it back to them? You know, I have to think about this one. If I found money on the street and I knew who it belonged to, absolutely not. To be honest, I think I kind of know that I would say no. I would say it this way. Unless this person literally came up to me and said, hey, do you happen to know where this money is? I would probably give it to them. Would I give it back to them naturally? No. Because it's, you know, I'm sorry. In most cases, I'd lie to them. You know, good for you to be honest with that one, honestly. What if it was my money, though? Then I will use that money to buy me food. I'm sorry. But you know what? Okay. What am I? Okay. I'm thinking about my past self. I'm thinking about my past self in which I actually did this before, but admittedly that was with people that I didn't really care about. And I had an idea of who it probably belonged to. I actually kept a hold of that money. It's not like you could pick it back up. This one's a tough one. Like, if the person were to ask me if I knew where this money was, I probably would keep the money for a little while and just wait. Because if the money wasn't that important to them, then I wouldn't give it back to them. I would be honest about that. It was like, you have to ask me. It's like, hey, I really need this money. Then I would probably give it back to you. I'm not going to lie about the fact that would I give it back to them. Because there are some people that I would definitely just not give it back to them, period. So more than likely, I would have to say no. Are you sure you want the answers you seek? Actually, yeah. I am not afraid of I'm not afraid of introspection. Am I afraid of spiders? Yeah, I'm afraid of spiders. If you knew you would emerge unscathed, would you jump into molten lava? Honestly, no. Like, even if I knew that by some divine power or some random event that I could jump into molten lava and jump out of it, all it says is unscathed. And remember, develop whatever circumstances to make this work. Because this game is vague and it tells you if you need to develop circumstances to answer the question, you make those circumstances to answer the question. That's how this works. For me, I have no desire to jump into molten lava. Even if I knew that I could do it and it wouldn't hurt me, I don't see the appeal of doing it. You see, okay, so Gamertech is giving the definition of it, but unscathed, like, I don't want to experience that. I find that to be a weird thing to want to do. Like, why would I want to jump into molten lava, even if I knew I wouldn't be damaged? Would you consider yourself to be fat? Yeah, I'm very fat, thank you. Would you say that you have lots of charisma? Also, hi Silvery, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. As much as I may hate to say this, because this is something, as a hedonist, I kind of want to know what jumping in lava feels like. And that's fair for you. That's fair for you, Lance. Aw. I can't lie. Would you say? Not that I believe, but would I say that I have lots of charisma? Honestly, yeah. If there's one thing I can recognize is that I do recognize that people do seem to like me a lot. Every time that I meet new people, people just seem to like being around me. I can't deny this. I know I would have to say yes. Have you ever wished you could be temporarily frozen? Not really. This is, to me, I don't... You taking your test exit? I am. How are you doing, Saul? I don't really... I never ever wanted to be frozen. Again, I don't even like the cold. This is all very interesting. Did you realize the last letter of the previous 5 questions, when put together, spell the name Satan? No. Does that make you uncomfortable? Not really. Are you good at finding hidden puzzles or clues? This depends. I can sometimes be good at this. Like, problem solving, I'm good. But I can also miss hidden puzzles and clues all the time, too. So this really goes into, am I good at this? Panda couldn't even find his toes. That would... Okay, that's funny. Am I good at finding them? I mean, when it comes to video games, I guess. But usually I'm just really good at seeing patterns. I mean, I guess I can be pretty good at it. Are you not wondering what other hidden messages are placed within these questions? Not really. Have you been entirely honest with your answers thus far? As much as I can be. Are you afraid of the consequences for answering questions dishonestly? I mean, not really. Were you aware that you could be Were you aware that there could be potential consequences of answering dishonestly? No. Are you wondering how these questions began to take a strange turn? Not really. Would you consider yourself captivated? Actually, I do. I do like this game a lot. I think this game is very interesting. Would you consider yourself to be brave? What is bravery? How is bravery defined? What is it that makes a person brave? Sal is taking action in the face of fear. Bravery for me is something that I feel like is definitely a large part of what I have to deal with. There's a lot of things that I have to handle, essentially. If there's one thing that I can at least be considered myself, is that I'm very tenacious. And I feel like a good portion of bravery is a bit of tenacity, the ability to stand even when you are knocked down. To know that even if you're fighting what feels like a losing battle, that you continue to do it anyways, because it's worth doing it. Do you view yourself as someone with above average intelligence? Above average? Actually, I mean, yeah, I like to think of myself as being fairly smart. I'm just also fairly traumatized. Have you been looking for hidden messages in these questions? No. Are you wondering which hidden messages you may have missed? Not really. Have you begun to wonder how long this test will take or how many questions exist in this session? No. Would you consider yourself to be a patient person? Now this one is very interesting. Am I patient? In general, yes. I also know that there are things I do get very impatient about. In general, I would probably say that I am relatively patient. There are things that I do get impatient about because of the fact that, let's take my situation. I am forcibly patient about it. In general, yeah. Even detrimentally so. Do most humans annoy you? Annoy? I would feel like annoy is a bit too harsh of a word for me. It's not that humans annoy me. It's more like I just don't want them. I just don't want to get in their business. I want to be able to do what I do myself. Annoy me if they push my buttons, right? I have well-meaning intentions for most humans. Most humans, I feel, are just trying to live their life, trying to do what they do best. Sometimes they have bad days. Sometimes those bad days bleed into other people, and that's okay. I don't feel like most humans annoy me. They can indeed annoy me, but I don't feel like they annoy me a lot. Do you prefer animals to people? Admittedly, kind of. Do I prefer animals to people? Kind of, but not really. I love animals, but animals... In this case, no. Oh, I will actually take a nice quick little... Okay. So why don't we just do it this way? If there was a very friendly cat that I could pet, and there was a person that I could talk to, it depends on the person. If it's just a random stranger versus a cat that looks like they want to get petted, I will probably pet the cat. If it's a person that I know, I will definitely want to talk to the person. But this just says, do you prefer animals to people? To strangers? Oh, I would love animals a lot more. Because animals, there's just less... There's less you have to worry about with them. It's just literally, they just like having affection, and they just want to be petted, and they just want to be loved. Would you pet the person, though, if I knew them? Kinda. I will say yeah to that one. Do I believe in magic? Okay. This one takes a lot of explaining for me. Even though the answer is simple. Magic. I define magic as basically something, is there something beyond this realm that we understand? Is there something that is beyond science, essentially? Is there a supernatural to this world? Also, hi Red Mage, though. How are you doing? It's always lovely to see you. And Toby, I hope you're doing well, and thank you for all of the hydrates and posture checks. Actually, I do believe in magic. I believe that there is something more to this world than the natural world itself. I do believe that there is something more to it. And I would say yeah. Do I believe in God or the existence of some form of higher power? Now this is where the answer gets tricky for some people. For me, I do believe in some form of higher power. I believe that somehow we are all here, and somehow all of this is still together. And I guess in many ways, I like to think that there's more to ourselves than just we live and we die. Deep down, I have a belief that there is something of an afterlife. And I want to believe that most of us are going to be there. Or that there's something beyond just what we are. So yeah, I do believe in that. Do I fear death? Not really. I've grown up very sad. To put it very plainly. Suicidal ideation was definitely something that I have. Had? Oh, yeah. It's definitely has put into me a lack of a fear of death. Death to me is nothing more but just a natural cycle of a life. For me, it was even something that I even found somewhat welcoming back in my past, because of how much pain I was in. So I don't fear death. I don't fear it as I don't fear as much as maybe some other people do. Are you attracted to someone whom you're not currently in a relationship with? To be honest, I'm attracted to a lot of people that I'm not currently in a relationship with. I find a lot of people very sexy. I don't think this is a bad thing. Being attracted to people that you're not in a relationship with, hi Lance, how are you doing? I think this is actually very normal and healthy. Like, I find it so toxic when people are like, you can only ever be attracted to one person. It's like, you could be attracted to a lot of people. Fuck off. Did you answer that question with 100% honesty? Yep. Are you alone? I am not alone. If I told you with utmost certainty that there's something watching you, would you believe me? Yeah, sure. Have you wondered who I am? A little bit. Have you had shivers at any point during the session? No, not really. I'm actually pretty comfy. Do you feel like you're being watched? Hi, chat. I am being watched. Have you considered quitting the session early? Nope. Do you drink water every day? Technically, yes, I do drink water every day. This is actually something in which I'm doing a lot better about. Do you eat at least once per day every day? How do you think I stay this fat? Do you realize that there's a high probability that you missed a plethora of hidden messages thus far? Oh yeah. Are you wondering what they are? Not really. Technically, I drink carbonated water every day, which is essentially just water with only a little bit of extraness to it. Would it bother you to never know finding them yourself? To never know without finding them yourselves? Would it bother you to never know without finding them yourselves? No, it would never bother me. Is your favorite number 7? I don't really have a favorite number. Life is short, but it's the longest thing we'll ever do. Do you agree? I do agree. Life is short, but it's the longest thing we'll ever do. I like this a lot. I like this statement. Because it's something that's always worth doing every day. Sal, please. Game is getting philosophical. This game is meant to really poke at you. Oranges cannot be compared to apples. Do you agree? I kind of hate the idea that you can't compare things. Like, these are both fruits. You could compare them in different ways. Like, I understand the saying of it sometimes. With the right statistical set, please. But I hate the idea that's like you can only compare things. Like, there are ways to compare things that aren't completely the same. But I feel like a lot of people are really bad at doing it too. Venus is sometimes referred to as the morning star. Did you know that? No. Everyone deserves a second chance. There are some things that a person can do to you that it can't be undone. There are things that it ruins it forever. And that's okay. Like, you shouldn't give that person a second chance. Not everybody deserves to be given a second chance, especially if they hurt you really badly or did something really wrong to you. That's how I look at this. There are some things that are just inexcusable. And maybe that person gets better later on in life, and that's great for them. That doesn't mean that you suddenly have to give them another chance. Because you knew them at probably their worst point, and that's okay. it's okay that you don't want to give him a second chance. I think the idea that everyone deserves a second chance is a little overrated. You should definitely give people second chances on things that don't really hurt you. Like, things can happen, and if you want to give them a second chance, great. I don't feel like that you always have to give it, though. It should be something that, are you willing to risk it again? And sometimes you're just not, and I don't think there's anything bad with saying, I'm not willing to risk this again. You can do anything you put your mind to. Do you agree? You can do anything you put your mind to. This is another hard one. But you know, the way that I like to answer this... actually comes from Ratatouille. Which is really funny to make that reference. Ratatouille, though, is really interesting. I won't be able to fly under my own power. Well... I have a firm belief. So Ratatouille is one of those things where there's like, anybody can cook. And there's that whole debate. At the end of it, as long as a talented enough rat is controlling you, it's not that anyone can cook. It's the fact that a good cook can come from anyone. Was more of the point of that. It isn't the fact that everyone can cook. It's the fact that a good cook can come from anyone. There are things that I know that I just can't do, regardless if I try to put my mind to it. There are things that I have limitations on that I just cannot do. And that's okay, because you know what? There are plenty of other things that I can do myself, or that I would rather do myself. Obedience is more important than freedom. Do you agree? Now, this is a harder question than it sounds like. Like touch your toes. Remember, what is obedience and what is freedom? This literally could be a talking about law and order versus your rights. Personally speaking, I don't like the idea of obedience being more important than your own freedom, but I do understand the importance of things like obedience. Although, like I said, obedience in this case is a little harsh. Because this isn't like, do you agree with, like, law? And a joking sense, yes. In real life, no. In real life, I would say no. I feel like freedom is a lot more important to have, even though I do understand the importance of things like law and order. Like, law and order should support people's ability to be free. It shouldn't be undermining it, though. Underwater adventures sound like a fun time. They do. I actually think the ocean is very interesting. Now, there's definitely certain ocean things that I would never do. I'm talking about, like, the tourist underwater adventures. I'm talking about, like, the really safe things to do. Those kinds of things, I actually think that's neat. This, like, I don't know. I would like the idea of being able to do this if I was physically capable of doing it. Nope. Do you wish to be loved? Do I wish to be loved? Yes, emphatically so. Have you ever felt hated? Well, yeah, of course I felt hated before. I mean, I feel like it's one of those things of like, if you've never really have felt hated, have you honestly lived a life? Do you have any addictions? It depends what you want to call an addiction. Proper addictions? No. I'll submit to your will for snacks. Stop it. You guys are silly. Proper addictions, no. I don't even really consider a lot of other things like caffeine to really be that much of an addiction. I don't really need to drink coffee if I want to. I drink it because, like, I've gone months without drinking coffee. I'm trying to drink coffee so that I don't feel as fatigued. So, no, I don't feel like I have any actual addictions, per se. Do you dislike the color of pink? No, I love the color of pink. I think pink is actually a really great color. Does the color gray seem depressing? Yeah. Gray is always a depressing color to me, not gonna lie. Do I enjoy loud music? Absolutely not. As a matter of fact, I find loud music to be really obnoxious. In very certain cases can I appreciate loud music, but in general, I like music to be at a certain level where it's like I can hear my thoughts. Does gaming count as addiction? I don't feel compelled to do anything, to be honest. If that's more of anything. Like, could I actually probably stop gaming? Yeah, I actually probably could. It would be easy enough for me to do, but no, I don't like loud music. Do you like to dance? I think dancing is fun. It's not that I dislike dancing. I don't do it often. I think it's cute. Dancing is neat. I'm terrible at it, but dancing I think is nice. Would you consider yourself normal? Absolutely not. Oh, that's a tough one. That's a toughie. That's a tough question. It's tough because I can't really say yes or no very easily. Hi, Seven. How are you doing? Do you love your parents? You know, in that case, you would say yes because you love your mom. That your mom would be your parent. I'm gaining more weight. Ooh, ice cream and donuts. Ugh, I need to get donuts. I do love my parents, despite all of the crap that I still need to untangle with them. I hate that part of me does still love them sometimes, though. Despite all the shit that I have gone through because of them. I do still love them, and I kind of hate that. I can't say no. Because to say no makes me feel like that I don't care about them. But I know that I love them. Even in a detrimental way. Have you ever been lied to? Of course I have. Do you get angry often? I do get frustrated actually pretty frequently. I don't know about angry. Right now, probably a little bit more. But I don't want to say I get angry. I definitely get very sad. And often, it's like, well, how often is often? I don't feel like I get angry often. It's not like I'm mad. It's not like I'm... There are a lot of emotions that I feel, but anger... Anger is not really the most prevalent one out of all of them. Do I hold grudges? You bet your ass I do. I hold grudges horribly. I can admit that easily. Have you ever forgiven someone? Yes. I mean, again, if you haven't actually forgiven someone in your life, have you really lived a life? Have you ever done something that you knew you shouldn't have done, but still did it anyways? Yeah. Have you ever lied? Well, of course I have. Again, lying is just an unfortunate nature of what we are. Have you ever cheated on a test? Actually, I have to think about this one. I don't think so, actually. I don't think I've really tried cheating on a test before. I can't say that I remember ever cheating on a test before. Well, that's reassuring. Do you think flowers are more beautiful than trees? You cheated on my DNA test? Stop it. Everyone being so horny in chat when I'm trying to be serious here. I think flowers are neat. But I really like trees. I actually like trees a lot more. I think trees are beautiful. Just these giant little pillars of just life. Like, flowers are indeed very beautiful and I can appreciate them, but like, there's something about just a really nice tree that, I don't know, I just like trees. Have you ever wanted to be an animal instead of a person? Actually, I like, despite everything, I actually do like being a person. Spaghetti, oh. Now, all of my Theron people probably will answer yes to this one, and good for them. But I like being a person. It's funny that, like, from a furry perspective, it's just like, have you ever wanted to be an animal instead? I'm over here just like, not really. I like having the ability to, like, to be able to play video games and things like that. I don't really want to be an animal. Or thought about it. Do you believe you have psychic powers? Do I have ESPN? Anyways. To be honest, kind of. I know that whenever I do my tarot readings, a lot of people really like how I do my tarot readings. I also know I feel like I've had prophetic dreams before of really non-important things in life. Do I believe I have them? I do kind of believe I have some psychic power. Have you ever seen a ghost? No. Nope, never. Do I dream often? I actually don't. I don't really dream that much. When I do dream, I'm actually usually pretty happy about it. Would be harder with bigger four-fingered paws. It would be harder, yeah. But yeah, I don't actually dream all that often. I pretty much just... like, whenever I go to bed, I usually don't have any real dreams. Ugh. So hot, Toby. I wish I had more dreams like that. Do you have nightmares often? Again, I don't really have anything when I sleep. I usually just sleep and then I wake up. Do I suffer from anxiety attacks? I want to say yes. I do feel like that my anxiety does sometimes build up to such a degree that it's just... whether it's like an actual, like, quote-unquote proper anxiety attack, probably not. But I do suffer from something that feels like an anxiety attack. Do I suffer from depression? Yeah, I do. Do you exercise often and stay active? No. Is there a particular type of food that you despise? Actually, there is. It's very specific, and it is tripe. I think tripe is awful. I don't like tripe. Good for people that love tripe. I think, I don't like tripe whatsoever. I think tripe is awful. Would you consider yourself emotionally wounded? Yes. Have you ever felt betrayed? Yeah. Do you ever feel lost in life? Yes. Would you consider yourself a natural leader? know. Actually, I want to think about this one a little bit. Like, what is a natural leader? Because I do admit that sometimes... Aw, good night, Blue. I hope you sleep well. To be honest, ever since work has kind of exploded, I have found myself being more of a leader type in certain ways. I feel like I can be a natural leader. It's just, there's a lot of issues with me wanting to lead right now. If you could push a button and destroy the world, would you press it? No. Do you sometimes dream of being a hero? Actually, that's kind of the main theme of a lot of myself whenever I do dream. Have you ever been bullied? Ah, yes, I certainly have been bullied. Have you ever bullied someone else? I don't mean playfully bullied. I have definitely playfully bullied with so many people. Have I ever intentionally gone out of my way to make somebody else feel bad because it makes me feel good? No. Like, I would like to think I have never bullied someone else. I would hope I have never bullied someone else. I personally don't see myself as the hero type. I do. I want to right the wrongs in the world if I could. That's what I want to do. I want the world to be better. Would you consider yourself to be a dreamer? You mean stuck in my head a lot? Yeah. Do you sometimes hurt people's feelings unintentionally? I'm just the small type. I feel like this is just a natural way of life. Like, you're gonna hurt people, whether you mean to or not. Like, I feel like this is just like, well, yeah, I know I do sometimes, and I know it happens. Do you find space fascinating? I actually do. I think space is very interesting. Like, there's a whole fucking universe out there that we know nothing about other than maybe some very blurry images. Well, quote-unquote blurry images. But it's like, we know very little about the universe. Like, we don't even know a percentage of the universe itself. Would you consider yourself to be an artist? Of a sort, yeah. An artist that I want to express myself more as and have a lot of difficulty actually doing. Would you consider yourself to be a good friend? In the past, I probably would have said no. Right now, I know that I tend to try to be a good friend even to a detrimental degree. I do a lot to try and make others happy. I do probably far too much than I should. Would you consider yourself to be flawed? You better believe it. Have you ever fantasized about being a supervillain or performing a heinous, egregious crime? I think this is also another healthy thing to do. Like, it's okay to think about being evil. Being a supervillain. You know, it's like, I certainly have thought about it before. Also, hi, Barnum. Has been on my mind sometimes. Do I believe in perfection? Also, hi there, Spooky. I hope you don't mind me philosophizing so much with this game, as chat continues to be, like, very horny in the background. I hope you don't mind this whatsoever. You exist so clearly perfection. I don't believe in perfection. I believe that the pursuit of perfection is important. I believe that perfection is something... I believe that perfection is I believe the pursuit of perfection is important, but I don't believe that perfection actually exists. You guys are sweet. Stop it. Have you ever stolen from someone? Technically, yes, I have. I have definitely stolen things from Walmart before. You want to know what I stole from Walmart? I stole 2 liters of soda. Actually, more recently, the things that I have stolen was actually from Sam's Club. I have actually been able to get away with not paying for my sandwiches. Of all the things you could steal. Because you steal soda. Because they can't prosecute me. Because it's under $20. I steal it because it's like, it's Walmart. What the fuck do they care? I've actually been able to steal these pinwheel sandwiches, though, from Sam's Club. It's very funny how I could do it, too. But I don't feel bad in doing it. It's literally just like, I spent so much money at this place as it is. If I can get away with this, I'm gonna do it. Person of color, I don't want to try. It's fine, I understand. So, have I ever stolen from someone? Yeah, I have. Would you ever kill someone under any circumstances? Yeah, I would totally. It's funny when someone forgets to check out the sodas because they're on the bottom of the cart. Smile. Barnum, I love you. Would I just kill anyone under any circumstances? Yeah, there are plenty of people I probably would kill. You know, like Nazis, pedophiles, rapists, things like that. Like, if someone were to be attacking me, like, at that point, and I've even said this to myself before in the past, where it's like, if I was to be attacked, that person's life is forfeit. It is literally a matter of, you are going to die. I do not care anymore. If you're going to try and harm me, your life is over if I get the chance. It's just like, but yeah, so yeah. If you had one day to live, would you tell anyone? You know what's actually my greatest fear, if I'm being really honest with all of you? My greatest fear that I am going to die and nobody knows that I have died. It scares the shit out of me that I could one day just, for whatever reason, and none of you would know. And I hate that idea that some terrible accident could happen to me. And people probably wouldn't even know for months that, like, I died and that something has happened to me. So scan these silly me. Exactly, Lyric. That's exactly how I feel, Lyric. It's like, Walmart deserves it. They all deserve it, where I'm just like, So I can raise hell. If I only had one day to live, I would definitely say it. Like, it would actually give me comfort to know that I can at least put my orders away and to let people know that it's like I'm about to die. Do you have emergency contacts so folks could know? How do I do that if I get into a car accident? Like, that's kind of the problem. It's like, how would I record this in a way that it's like, how would I have this readied? And it fucking scares me that I don't know how. But I would tell people because I want... But that's how I would want to do this. But yeah, I would tell people. I would let them know that I'm about to die, that I only have one day left, and that I would just spend that day with people that I love for at least one last time. Have you ever told your darkest secrets to someone? My darkest secret... There are definitely things I have discussed that scare me, and that I know I have expressed that to them. Do you trust me even though you know nothing about me? I mean, you're a video game. What's there not to trust? Do you know do you know who I am? Nope. Well, I know who you are. If I appeared behind you right now, would you scream? Probably not. If I told you I've been behind you this entire time, would that scare you? No, not really. Of course not. That would be silly now, wouldn't it? Would you consider yourself to be empathic? To a detrimental degree am I empathic. Would you consider yourself to be romantic? I don't know, chat. Am I romantic? I mean, golly gee. You are romantic. You are a food mantic. That's also true. I do consider myself generally romantic, though. Have you ever been in a physical fight? Have I? Have I ever thrown a punch? Excuse me as I, like, quickly take a quick snack as I think on this. Have I ever been in a physical fight? Actually, I have. It's been a long time, though. When I was a child, I definitely got into a fight with some other children. It was like the one time I've ever been in a fight, though. Are you prone to headaches and migraines? Yes. Do you look at the ground when you walk? I feel like I do. Are you attracted to the opposite sex? Naturally speaking, not really. I'm more attracted to men. I can find women very beautiful, though. Would you ever shave your head? I don't really want to. Would you ever? If there was a good enough reason for me to shave my head, sure. This is would you ever? Not do I want to. Would I ever shave my head? Sure. If I felt like my hair was just getting that awful, then yeah. Are you attracted to muscular I mean, there's a lot of bodies I'm attracted to. Muscular bodies I can't say no to. Do you ever dance when no one is looking? Of course I have. Do you trust your best friend entirely? Ooh, that's a really tough one. Do I trust them entirely? I mean, if I'm being honest, no. I also believe that people can have more than one best friend. But I'm also the type of person that I have a lot of trust issues in general. There are things in which I feel like I can't always disclose. And this is very difficult for me to say. Do you remember your childhood extremely well? I don't, actually. I have a lot of problems remembering my childhood. Would you rob a bank if you could get away with it? If I could get 100% away with it, like, no way that this crime could ever be tracked to me, that I would just have money that has no consequences behind it, you bet your ass I would. I would totally rob a bank. Do you ever dream about running from a killer? Actually, no, I don't. I would disclose Deoxys, please. Do you ever dream about falling off of a cliff? I feel like I have had falling dreams before. Do you ever dream about being naked in public? I actually have these ones and I hate them. Do you enjoy scary movies or books? I love a good scary movie. Do you enjoy comedic television shows or movies? Again, I like good comedy too. Do I like being the center of attention? Ugh. Now this one probably seems really, like, funny where it's like, you're a streamer, obviously you want to be the center. It's like, even though I'm a streamer, that doesn't necessarily mean that I like being the center of attention. I like receiving attention. I want to be the back left of attention. Kind of how I feel sometimes. Being in the center of attention makes me kind of nervous. Like, streaming makes it easy for me to have, like, a barrier. So it's like, it makes me feel more comfortable. But, like, being the center of attention does make me feel very uncomfortable to do. Do you feel like something is always watching you? Not really. Have you ever wondered what it would be like to go to space? Kinda. I think space would be actually very fascinating. The weightlessness of it all, the space travel, what could be possibly out there in the universe. Ooh, this one's a fun one. Have I ever had an out-of-body experience? I've had one. A very long time ago when I was a kid. Oh, God. I remember very distinctly. And what's funny is that this out-of-body experience happened after I woke up from a dream, essentially. I want to be the observers that aided making them too distracted to see the center of attention, or anyone else for that matter. Lyric, I'm gonna smooch on you. The first person to weigh something in space. God. So I remember I woke up from whatever dream that I had. I remember rushing towards my body. I remember there was also an orchestra that played that also played. And it was like the most appropriate music for it too, because I remember rushing towards my body. I remember my body lifting up, like sitting up and breathing heavily as I'm just like looking at myself. And the music that played was just like, and like as I'm just like watching myself breathe heavily as if I like woke up from like a nightmare. And then I remember as I'm like laying back down how like my out of body whatever is like slowly turning and just like merging back into my body again as I go back to sleep. It was a very interesting out of body experience I've ever had before. The only one I've ever had too. Have I ever punched? No, I've never punched none. Do you like dogs better than cats? Actually, I like cats more. Cats are very low maintenance. Dogs require so much effort. I love dogs, but I can't own a dog. I love cats because they're just so much less to deal with. Do you prefer to read more than you prefer to watch movies? No, I actually like to watch. I like to read. I'm starting to like to read, but I still love to watch movies. Are you still wondering why I asked you if you ever punched a nun? No. Do you get starstruck easily? Not really. There aren't really anybody that I would get easily starstruck with at all. People are just people, if I'm being honest. Do you hate going to big parties and social gatherings? The 3-body problem on a space station. God, please. Do I hate going to big parties? I will say this much. I actually do hate going to them. Once I'm there, I usually feel fine. But it's a lot for me to have to finally get to them. It takes a lot of effort for me to finally go. But the word hate is probably too harsh. I don't hate going to them, but it does make me anxious to go to them. I was eternally collapsing into myself, so I know the exact opposite feels like. Aw, Lurk, I'm gonna smooch on you again more! I don't hate going to these things. They make me nervous, but I don't hate it. Is your favorite part of your birthday receiving presents? I don't like getting presents, actually. My favorite thing about any birthday is just to be with people that I love. That's all I ever want for my birthday, is to be with people. As long as I can be with somebody and to spend my time with them, that's all I really want. Have you ever punched them? Like, really? Just bam, right in the face. None punch. No. Did you laugh? Yes, I laughed. I love this question so much. Did you say what the fuck in your head or even aloud? No. Are you now eager to get the opportunity to punch the nuts sometime soon? No. If there is a hell, do you think you're going to it? No, I don't believe I am. I don't believe a lot of people really go to hell in particular. I like to think that most people are trying to live their life and are able to go to somewhere better after they die. I think hell is a very special place for very god-awful people. They really had something against nuts. I love that question so much. Oh, it's okay, Sal. But I don't believe I'm going to hell. I don't believe I'm deserving to go to hell. I believe I have lived my life to the best of my ability, that I have done what I can to help those that I can. Do you enjoy fantasy fiction games? I love fantasy fiction. Do you masturbate frequently? Yeah, I do, actually. Do you wonder what constitutes frequently? No, not really. Are you more than slightly uncomfortable right now? No. Is your mouth dry? A little bit, yeah. Excuse me, let me fix that. Does profanity make you uncomfortable? There we go. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me that I should drink something. Profanity. Not really. I may find it unnecessary sometimes, but like, I don't, it's one of those things where I'm like, eh, whatever. Do you believe in legendary beasts such as the Loch Ness Monster and Bigfoot? No. I don't believe in such things. I think those are very interesting concepts that I don't really believe in them, though. My birthday this year I spent alone. Happy? Why didn't you say anything? I would have spent time with you. Are you poor with money management? It is because of my money management ability that I am able to weather the storm that I'm in right now. So no, I am not poor with money management. Hope you're doing well, and the test has been interesting. Well, I've been asked if I've ever punched a nun, which I love to answer no to. But yeah, I am not poor with money management. I am really good at managing my own money, and right now it's like, if I didn't have better money management, I would be in a much worse spot in my life right now. Choose one of these numbers that you feel resonates with you most in this very moment. 69 now. Okay, yeah, 11. Choose one of these colors that you feel resonates with you more in this very moment. Oh, I love purple. Choose one of these words that resonates with you right now. Plagued. Blessed. Well, I like to think I'm charming. Do you enjoy solving mathematical puzzles? I like to... It's been a while, but I do like math. I think math is interesting. Do you speak more than one language fluently? Nope. I wish I could. Have you ever visited a country other than your own? Nope. Do you enjoy coffee? I do enjoy coffee, actually. I think coffee is great. Do I believe in demons? Sorry, I have to clear my throat. Do I believe in demons? I mean, It's funny that it's like, I guess since I do technically believe in a higher power, I do believe that there are also bad things that exist out there as well. So yeah, I think demons actually are a thing. Do I believe in angels? Absolutely. Am I afraid of sharks? No. Actually, I find most sharks to be kind of goofy. Goofy and cute. I mean, obviously there are ways that sharks can be very scary. But like, sharks are just sharks. They're just cute little guys, you know. Pizza time. Ooh. Do you prefer baths over showers? I actually like showers a lot. Baths can be very nice, but showers are just, I don't know, I just like showers. Does the smell of perfume or cologne give you headaches? No, but I don't care for them either. Do you see a shadow moving in your room? Did you see a shadow moving in your room a few moments ago? Nope. That's fortunate. Oh, Sal. Actually, the place that I'm moving into actually has a garden tub. I mean, we're talking about a deep tub. Like, I remember thinking to myself of being like, wow, I can actually fit my fat ass in here. Do you ever hear your name being called even when you know no one is calling it? I need one. God. Actually, no. I don't feel like I ever hear my name. Do things in your home often go missing and then reappear later? No. Do you ever hear footsteps around you when you're alone? No. Do you ever hear random knocking noises around you? Not really. Do you often look the same time on the clock every day? I don't feel like I do. Have you ever felt your feet being grabbed at night while sleeping? No. Do I have any pets? Currently, I do not. Is your favorite color green? Favorite color? I do like green, yes. I'd say yeah. Are you attracted to a family member? No. If you won the lottery, would you share the money with anyone? Actually, yes, I would share the money. Obviously it wouldn't be an even split of anything, but I would give my money to certain people that I like. Oh my god, new bottle? Wrong! This is a bottle I have had for years. I just haven't set it up for the last few months because my computer exploded. And I finally decided to set it up again. Also, hi Orange, how are you doing? But yeah, I would definitely share my money with people. If you could be the dictator of your own country, would you accept the role? No. As a matter of fact, in the few ways that I have thought about being a villain, my villain self would actually mock anybody who thought that I was trying to rule the world, being like, why would I want why would I be so stupid as to think that anyone could ever do that kind of thing? Do you ever wonder what it would be like to be in prison? Absolutely not, no. Do you like fishing? Not really. Do you like hunting? Even less so. Do you like camping? In the more traditional sense, no. I am very much I need to have air conditioning, I need to have running toilets. No more Tropico. That's different. That's a video game in which I can make choices that have no real life consequences. But in general, no, I don't like camping. Do I like guns? Now that's different. I actually do like guns. I think guns are neat. I don't own them. I haven't fired one in decades at this point. I like glamping. I don't even want to. I'm just like, I don't know if I should ask what that is. I do like guns. I think guns are very interesting. I don't own them. I don't care to own them. I think guns are neat though. And if I ever was given the opportunity to maybe shoot a gun at a firing range, basically cottaging. Oh, okay. Okay, that one I would probably do, but still. Are you getting tired of answering questions? Absolutely not. Would you consider yourself to be kinky? I don't know, chat, am I? Do you think I'm kinky? Do you think that, like, you know... Do you think I... Eyes are the windows... Eyes are the window to the soul. I think actually you can tell a lot about a person by their eyes. It's a very beautiful... I do agree to some degree that you could tell a lot about a person just by looking at their eyes. Do you always keep your promises? I'm gonna say no. There are definitely promises I probably have broken before. And I try not to make promises either if I can help it. Because it is just like... I don't want to lie to people, essentially. I don't want to say things that may not... I don't want to say anything that may hurt somebody. Would you ever completely trust someone who's lied to you? I mean, I wouldn't normally completely trust anybody, period. Are man only child? I am not. Do you ever enjoy being drunk? I don't care to be drunk. Do you like tattoos? Actually, I do think tattoos is a really awesome body art. I would never have tattoos on my own body, mainly because I don't know what art I would really want to put on my body, but I think tattoos are really fucking neat. Do you enjoy being high in any form? Do you mean, do I enjoy taking certain drugs? I mean, yeah, I do enjoy that. Do you believe you have a soul? I very firmly believe that I have a soul. I am the type of person that believes that there is something immutable about who I am. And that it goes beyond flesh and blood. That it is something that cannot be destroyed. It cannot be altered. That who I am is there. And that, but yeah. Did you cry this week? I certainly did. Are you upset with someone right now? You better believe I am. Is there someone you're not being completely honest with daily? At this point in time, I am. Do you understand how this works yet? Being honest? Yeah. If you answered this question twice, your truths may change. It's not just about answering the questions, it's about the time you spent answering them and the combination you answered them. It's about many different variables you'd never guess. Do you understand? Yeah. Are you wondering if the end of the test is coming soon based on the previous question just answered? Nah. If I were to tell you that this entire process was planted here for you, specifically you, to learn something about yourself, and anyone else that bothers with this is just a byproduct, would you believe that? No. Are you afraid of being abandoned? Yeah. It's actually probably one of my biggest fears. Am I afraid of dying alone? Even though I do not fear death, I don't want to die by myself either. Do you worry that one day you'll be unexpectedly murdered? It has crossed my mind before. Are you always on guard, waiting to fend off an attack? It's actually really funny that I actually am usually on guard. Like, even when I'm, like, walking to, like, Sam's Club or to the store, I can't help but, like... is like, I can't help but just like be ready to have to like attack somebody. I froze up in the kitchen at the abandoned question. No, Thorin, I'm sorry. I hate being abandoned. Do you feel like I know you yet? Yeah, probably, sure. If you hear any strange noises while answering these questions, nope. I think we have enough information about you. Whether you skipped questions, answered honestly or dishonestly, took loads of time to respond, or answered quickly without reading or understanding properly, I've been able to tell. I'm calculating your results. I'm analyzing you very carefully. I'm judging you. Based on what you've told me, this is what I can conclude. You can be very skeptical at times. You're not easily fooled, you're not easily manipulated. You're a lot smarter than people give you credit for, and a lot of this is due to the situations from your past that you have managed to learn from, rather than choosing to be a victim and fall for the same tactics that others would fall for. You can truly be a guiding light to a lot of people. You can be an incredibly powerful figure in so many people's lives. You don't even realize just how magnificent your gift is, do you? Now, the biggest problem lies within. You don't have a bad heart. That's not necessarily the issue. The truth of the matter is you don't always trust people's intentions. It makes you wary of helping them freely and without caution at times. You need to be a bit more trusting and a bit more open-minded at times. You're afraid of being hurt, and even though others don't realize that, you guard yourself and your emotions well at times, and even if others don't even know just how much you've kept hidden away. You don't have to trust everyone. You don't even have to necessarily trust anyone. But it would be a great benefit to yourself to give people a little bit more of a chance. You really stand to gain a lot by letting more people in and giving them the benefit of the doubt. Overall, you're a kind-hearted, caring person inside. People don't see you the way you truly are, though. They don't understand how dark your mind can be at times, but you know. You've got a high probability of helping a lot of people, provided you're willing to share yourself and your abilities freely. Open up a bit more. You're going to bless a lot of people by sharing yourself more openly and freely. Your secret word is gifted. Remember this. This will come in handy. Actually, I wonder... Hold on, give me a minute. I kind of want to, like, notepad that really fast. I feel like I got gifted last time. Don't be afraid. It's not for you to be part of history. Yeah. This is all like after the fact. Yeah. Do. And that's the test. That's not the only game that became of it, though. So I'm pretty sure Gifted was the same thing that I got last time. That seems very familiar. The fact that I am very distrustful of people and that I don't share myself with others. This is the thing that... There are 3 tests. I'm about to take the second one, which is going to be really loud, by the way. Ugh. There we go. Sorry. Every time it's going to be loud going forward. Oh yeah, I also need a... There we are. Oh god, it's so huge! Sorry, I forgot to resize this. Give me a minute. Looks like something I'd be scared of playing because of how easy it would be. Actually, this game does not have any jump scares. The whole purpose of this game is to make you have to actually answer things honestly. That's the whole... Like, this game is supposed to help you, give you some thoughts. Need a quick break, Pan Pan? No, I'm actually pretty good to go. Though I probably will open this bag of chips, though. And, like, you know, maybe, like, eat a couple of chips. How do you guys feel about this game so far? So, like, I don't know, talks amongst yourselves. What were some questions in here that you felt like you would struggle with answering the most? Oh no, Happy. This game is all about asking questions that are difficult for you to answer honestly. It's a game that's really trying to help you be a better person. As to what flavor potato chip am I eating, it is sea salt, actually. I have another one that's barbecue. How much are they? These games are really cheap. Hold on, like, at least I remember them being pretty cheap. They are like $2. You could buy, like, the 3 that you would need to buy for this one is the test, the hypothesis rising, and then the final revelation. That's the 3 that you would want to buy. Okay, let's get started. Before experiencing the test, Hypa is highly recommended, blah blah blah. Yum yum yum. This examination will take a minute more sense as it carries from last where you left off. To urge you to play the test now, blah blah blah. I've already played the test. Wonderful news, we can continue. Final revelation. Hello and welcome to my office. It's truly a pleasure to see you here today. Please excuse the mess. I haven't had a chance to clean up yet. Now, I don't want to take up too much of your time with bibble blabber and nonsensical speak, so let's just get straight to the point. Sometimes we have to ask ourselves life's tough questions. There's one question in particular I'd like to ask yourself. Are you happy? And when I say happy, I don't mean content. Being content is great, but it's not the same as being happy. I want to help you. I want to inspire you to be the best that you can be. I want to inspire you to be the happiest version of yourself. I want to see you grow inside and out. Now, how do we accomplish this, you might be asking? Good question. Allow me to explain. Hi. Hello, Mimikyu. I'm going to ask you a series of questions and you're going to answer them with 100% entire honesty. When I say 100% entire honesty, I mean 100% entire honesty. Think about it. You do want to be happy, don't you? You wouldn't want to do something so bold as to tempt fate by lying, would you? Just remember, if you lie, The only person you're lying to is to yourself. The only person who will suffer from this is you. Hi, Tiny. How are you doing? And believe me, you will suffer. Not to mention the fact that whether you tell the truth or not, I'll know. But that's another story. Let's be moving on, shall we? We've wasted enough time explaining what we're going to be doing. Just remember, we all want to be good people. We all want to give answers that will feel lead the most desirable human traits within ourselves. But sometimes good people do bad things, and sometimes we don't always have desirable traits as humans. I can't express enough just how important it is to be truly honest while answering these questions, no matter how uncomfortable the truth may make you. Now it's time to get into the real meat of the experience. It's time for you to get the advice that you deserve. As you read the questions and scenarios during the process, I want you to create your own circumstances and build your own bridges to arrive at the answer that best suits your own psyche. If you've never experienced a scenario being asked of you, then simply imagine what you have and try to assume how you might feel in that situation. I'd like to invite you to pour a glass of water, sit back, and talk as we unfold your fate and the secret to overcoming the next hurdle in your life. We're going to start with some basic, easy questions. If you answer these questions twice, your advice may change. It's not just about answering the questions, it's about many different variables. Many different factors are at play here, including the amount of time taken to answer proposed questions. With that being said, it's far from important to actually take your time and think about how honest of an answer you're giving before you give it. Whatever you do, do not rush the process. This is your best friend. Time is your best friend here. You'll see what I mean soon enough. And here we go. God, it got so loud. Do you feel uncomfortable right now? No. Here, let me lower this a bit. Are you nervous? No. Do you feel cold? Not really. Do you feel sad? I do feel sad right now, actually, if I'm being relatively honest. Have you ever hurt someone because you were hurting, even though they didn't deserve it? That's why I'm speaking the questions out loud each time. It's really hard to admit this, but I'm pretty sure that I have hurt somebody because I was hurting. Do you crave acceptance by others? I do. I am not afraid to admit that I want people to accept me a lot. Have you ever lost a loved one? I mean, lost in various different ways. Yes, I have. Do you know what heartbreak feels like? Have I ever had my heart broken? Do you believe in demons? I do. Do you believe in curses? I actually don't believe in the power of a curse. I think it's really stupid that some people believe that you could just, like, curse somebody through, like... I don't know. I believe in magic, but I don't really necessarily believe in curses. I'm gonna turn this down a little bit more. I want it to be more atmospheric, but it sometimes feels like it's definitely being a little bit too much. I don't believe in the power of a curse, though. Would you consider yourself to be spiritual? In general, yeah, I do believe that there is something more than ourselves. Are you afraid of dying alone? This is a question that I know I've already answered, and I said yes to it. If there was an undeniable proof that a ghost was haunting you, would you continue to live in your home alone? Undeniable proof. So that some ghost was haunting me. Would I continue to live in my home alone? So assuming that I was living by myself and that there was some ghost that was haunting me, would I continue to live in my home alone? I would be scared. I would be scared to live by myself. But I feel like I wouldn't want to live by myself anymore. But I would want to be very careful to let people know that I was haunted. I wouldn't want to be alone, but I would be very careful in how I would introduce somebody to that. Have you ever seen an object mysteriously move without being touched? No. Do you believe that it's possible for a game to summon supernatural forces into your life without you knowing it? That's such a strangely specific thing, but no. Would you like to make more friends? Would I like to make more friends? I mean, yeah, it would be nice for me to have more people. It would be nice to have more people that I can just... that I can have around, yeah. Would you consider yourself to be a good friend? Even to a detrimental degree, I do consider myself to be a good friend. Do you feel lonely? I have an insatiable feeling of loneliness. It is a hunger that I struggle a lot with, if I'm being very honest. Talk to me. Ah! Do you make friends easily? Excuse me. Ironically enough, I do feel like I do make friends very easily. I do feel like that if somebody were to come up to me, like, if I can sit down with somebody and just talk to them, I do feel like I just... You're such a liar. What do you mean I'm a liar? First off, that's hardly a jump scare. It was just literally text across this anyways. Do you make friends easily? Yes. Do you tend to avoid drama where possible? Do I avoid it? Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I don't really like being in drama. I don't like putting my business into people's others. I will try to avoid it as much as I can. Have you ever had a near-death experience? I want to say no. Even though that I was in a really bad car accident, I don't believe I thought I was going to die. So I can't say I've ever had a near-death experience. Aw, Sal. You're so sweet. Do you like horror movies? I love horror movies. I think they're great. This is all very interesting. Have you ever played The Test? Yeah. That's the spirit. Have you ever played The Horoscope? Nope. Give it a whack. It's totally not... I'm totally not biased or anything. Do you watch porn? I actually don't watch porn. I like to see pornographic images. But do I actually watch porn? No. I think porn is actually kind of silly. Would you consider yourself to be a hard worker? A hard worker? No. I do think of myself as being pretty adequate at what I do. But a hard worker? No. Do you have a low opinion of yourself? Yes. Would you consider yourself to be a confident person? A confident person? It's funny. I do actually consider myself to be fairly confident. Would you help an old lady cross the street even if you were running late for an appointment? Actually, that's a nice one. Let me think about this. What would I do? If I was already running late for an appointment... So let's say that I'm walking down the street. And I have to, like, take a left and she needs to cross the street. Would I actually take the time to help her cross in order to be a good Samaritan? I would probably say no. I would let her be what she was. Yeah. Typically and normally speaking, no. Would you kill all of your neighbor's pets just to save one of your own? The idea of hurting another pet, even if it's not mine, is just... Like, all of them? It's not even just about the work. It's just... I couldn't even fathom how much death that would be. I couldn't do that. Have you ever tried to smother yourself with a pillow to see if you could actually suffocate yourself? Even though I do have suicidal ideation, I have never done a suicide attempt. Have you ever been caught dancing when you thought no one was watching? I probably have. Have you ever tried to roll your eyes back so far just to see if they really get stuck? No. That's just silly. Have you ever played a practical joke that you regret pulling on someone? I don't really like pulling jokes on people like that. Are you streaming live right now? I am. Why, hello there, audience. Are you recording this gameplay session right now? No. If I told you that I was watching you play this game right now, would you believe me? Sure. If you left a comment for me at any point in time, I'd read your words. Does this bother you? No. Hello, random skeleton person. If you left a comment for me, does it make you feel positive that I paid attention to what you've taken the time to write? Actually, yeah. Do you understand that no matter what, I appreciate you? I like that. Thank you. I really do. Am I afraid of snakes? Not in particular. Do I believe in magic? Yeah. Have you cried in the last month? You know it. Do you have a hero? I do. I have a couple of heroes, actually. As a matter of fact, this actually came up in therapy session today. About people that I look up to. And it's really funny that a lot of people that I look up to are people that have suffered a lot in their life. Like Alan Rickman, Robin Williams, Keanu Reeves. These are people that I actually look up to a lot. So I guess in some ways they are a hero to me. Because these are people that despite all odds, they were able to make it through. I like that. Do you typically learn from your mistakes? I certainly try. Do you enjoy outdoor activities? Not really. Do you consider yourself to be lazy? Absolutely. Do you find it difficult to stay motivated? God, do I find this difficult to do. Do you put the needs of others before yourself? This is something that comes up a lot in my therapy sessions as well. How the music can free him whenever it starts. Stop it. This is why I say that I'm a good friend to a detrimental degree. I have a bad tendency of putting the needs of others before me way too often. And this is a very bad thing that I do. And I don't like doing this too much. And I'm trying to be better about taking care of myself. Would your family and friends describe you as kind? I don't know, chat. Would you describe me as kind? Have you ever cheated in a relationship? I have, a long time ago. I cheated in a relationship that I was really unhappy with. His name was Travis. I remember our relationship was going downhill. There is something called compassion fatigue. Yeah. And I definitely slept with somebody that I have cheated in a relationship. Because I was really unhappy being in that relationship, if I'm being honest. Have you ever been cheated on in a relationship? I'm pretty sure I have, because I'm pretty sure Travis was cheating on me as well. Would you consider yourself to be judgmental? This is hard. I have to think about this one a bit. What would judgmental sound like? Sorry, I'm clicking a thing. Hold on. I know I can be judgmental. I know that I can be, maybe not judgmental, I know I can be very opinionated. I know that I can form opinions, but I don't know if I would necessarily call myself judgmental, though. There are a lot of things I don't know about people. I want to say no. That I'm not judgmental, typically. But it's like, yeah, I can form opinions about people and things, but I don't know, I don't feel like I judge people too quickly or too harshly. I see. Are you a hero to someone else? I know I can't answer no. I know that I have had people appreciate who I am and that I have been a positive influence in their lives. I know that I have heard it before. And it makes me happy to know that I have been a hero to someone else. Do you love animals? I love animals. Have you ever found a family member on Tinder and wanted to hit them with a super like just... No! Yeah, me neither. Do you enjoy drinking alcohol? I mean, it's okay. Are you intoxicated right now? No. Well, that makes one of us. Do you like the phrase sneaky snake? Sneaky snake. That's a cute phrase. I like that. Are these questions a bit strange to you? No. Do you have a vivid imagination? I like to think I have a pretty good imagination. I like to think that it helps me a lot. I'm traumatized by it. I'm sorry, Soul. I give you a lot of hug for that one. Do I feel uncomfortable in large social settings? I do. Whenever I go to like a con, it is very difficult for me sometimes to do things. I enjoy doing them, but good lord, is it so much effort. 'Cause that's funny. Stop it. Would you consider yourself to be antisocial? I don't consider myself to be antisocial. There are definitely things in which I don't like doing in certain social situations, but I would not say I'm antisocial. I like being around people. Do you hold a grudge for long periods of time? I do. I'm pretty sure there are still some people that I would be like, I still don't like your face. Have you ever urinated in public? I can luckily say no. Do you like pineapple on your pizza? Do I like pineapple on my pizza? It's not my preferred topping. Would you consider yourself to be selfish? No. As a matter of fact, Ben has actually been working with me about trying to be more selfish. But in general, I am not a very selfish person. I have a hard time putting myself more out there, you know? Do you think you got a big ego? No, I just had a crisis about that, Diak. So, about what? I also don't want to interrupt people. Yeah. I do not have a big ego whatsoever. I have a very diminished ego. Would you consider yourself kinky? Being more selfish and less of a yes man? Yeah. Being selfish is hard when you are not a selfish person. Have you ever masturbated into a fishbowl? Okay, chat, which one of you fuckers masturbated into a fishbowl? I want to see people who has done this before. How strangely specific. This is a funny one. Well then, you can't be that kinky. Hi, Lieutenant. How are you doing? Would you consider yourself to be religious? Now, religious, I would say no. I am a spiritual panda, but I am not a religious panda. I do not go to any churches or any kind of organized anything. I can respect people who probably do, but I am not religious. Would you consider yourself to be temperamental? That's a good question. I do feel like I get moody, but I don't think that's what temperamental necessarily means, is it? How would you define temperamental in this case? Like, I know I can be moody. I know that I can be very just like... God, what do I want to say? Would I consider myself to be temperamental? I want to say no, but I feel like... Part of me can't help but just, like, look up the definition of, like... Well, what is the definition of temperamental? Liable to unreasonable changes of mood. You know, I can actually get very sad out of nowhere. I can even get angry out of nowhere. I know that my mood can change very suddenly. Usually it's because of just the fact that, like, I'm either depressed. I will say yes for this one. If you had to kill someone to save your own life, but you knew they didn't deserve it, would you do it? To kill someone to save my own life, but they didn't deserve it. They didn't deserve to die. So basically, I would be choosing my life over theirs. Am I that selfish and that arrogant to think that their life is more meaningless than mine? Also, temperamental isn't more about anger. It's just more unreasonable mood swing. It's more about just like an unreasonable changes of mood. I can't just kill somebody because just to save my own skin. I couldn't. If I knew 100% that this person was just a normal person living their life and that I couldn't do that to someone. I couldn't save myself by taking away someone else's future. If I am destined to die, then I am destined to die. Would I sacrifice my own life for a complete stranger? Absolutely not. Even more interesting. I will not kill somebody to save my own life, but I will not give my life to somebody. If I don't know this person, I will not sacrifice my... And if I know that I will die trying to save that person, if I don't know them, I'm not going to save them. I am not... I am okay with that. Have you ever been inside a burning building? You know what's funny? I have. I actually have been inside of a burning building before. So, I have this story about my mom where she and I were going shopping I think I was just visiting her and she just needed to like go do some quick shopping and I was just accompanying her. I remember that she was walking in just being like, do you smell something? And I'm like, no, I don't smell anything. And so while we're shopping, literally over the intercom, we just hear this like, the building is on fire. Everybody please drop what you're doing and exit the building. And I remember my mom just looking at me being like, should I put the frozen goods back into the freezer? And I just look at her, I'm like, Mom, the building's on fire. We should just leave. And so we just walked away. And so we just walked away out and like, and, sure enough, the building was on fire on the roof. Good night, Zij. I hope you sleep well. So yes, I have been inside a burning building before. Have you ever been to a funeral? I have been to at least 2, I believe. Yep, I've been to 2. And both of them were awful. If you could attend your own funeral before you died, would you take the opportunity to do so? I would be really curious to see how people would remember me, yeah. If you could see into the future, but you were told that it would only reveal the absolute worst of what's in store for you, would you still look? No. I don't want to know I don't want to look into the future and try to avoid anything. I would rather that I make the future my own. If it would only show me what the absolute worst would be, then I don't want to know what that future is. Because the best future is not the one of avoidance, but the one that you imagine and envision going towards. That's something I've been learning more about myself. Is that a lot of times I have a bad tendency of trying to avoid things when really I should just be working towards something. So no. I wouldn't want to look. If you had the power to stop time, would you use it to do something you know you shouldn't do? You mean like rob a bank? You bet your ass I would. If you had the power to remove one person from Earth, never to return again, would you use it? Is there somebody that I dislike so much that I never want to see them again? Yes. If I told you that I understood you better than you understood yourself, would you believe me? Yeah, sure. If someone threatened to kill you, would your first response be to react in violence? If I knew for a fact that this person was like let's say like they literally had a knife out, and we're just like, I'm gonna kill you. Yeah, I probably would react in violence first. Like I said, the moment that you try to kill me, your life is forfeit to me, and I will bludgeon you to death as much as I can. If a stranger stole money from you to support their drug addiction, would you forgive them if they apologized to you? No. That person would be basically dead to me. It would be just like... It would be one of those things of just like, you fucking suck as a person. If a family member said something nasty about you behind your back, would you confront them about it directly? You know what? I actually have to say yes about that. I remember, it's actually one of the biggest reasons why I have such a big issue with my sister Lucy. Because I remember she was talking about me when she thought I was sleeping, and I heard her talking about it. And I got really upset with her. I actually left that night to go home. I fucking was just like, done with her. So yeah, yeah. If you had to eat raw squirrel brains for 3 days to stay alive, would you do it? So let's just assume that eating the raw squirrel brains has absolutely no other consequences. So let's just go with that. Let's just say that that there are no health risks for me doing this for whatever reason that there is. And let us say that it is literally just I am provided the raw squirrel brain, so I don't have to kill it. Because the question doesn't say that I have to kill it. It just simply says that I have to eat it. So let's say that for 3 days I had X amount of squirrel brains. That it's just like, this is enough to last you to 3 days, and you have to eat all of them. Would I do it? It would be gross. I would hate it. But would I do it? Yeah. After all, they're already dead. There's nothing changing that. If you woke up tomorrow and none of your family remembered who you were, would you choose to leave and start a new life? Like... What's sad about this is that it's not like I basically haven't already done this. My family doesn't know who I am. So, yeah, I would do this. Would you be willing to give him your clothes and walk home naked? If a homeless man was clearly sick, freezing, and utterly miserable in the rain, would you be willing to give him your clothes and walk home naked? No. There are maybe some things that I would be willing to do for this person, but no, I wouldn't do that. If someone accidentally hit you in their car, but you suffered no injuries whatsoever, would you still be upset with them? Yes! I would still be very upset with them, because it'd be like, you fucking hit me with your car, you... Yeah, I would still be very upset. Have you looked for any hidden meanings or messages within these questions? No. Maybe you should have been. Are you wondering if there are a deeper meaning to all of this other than simply answering questions after questions? No. Miracles happen every day. Do you agree? I do like to believe that miracles do happen every day, actually. I'm alive, aren't I? I continue to choose to be alive. I have also seen some people make it through the day, or something happening that just changes everything. So yeah, I do believe miracles happen every day. Umbrellas aren't worth lugging around, and you don't mind getting rained on. I really don't mind getting rained on, if I'm being honest. Red is a prettier color than pink. Actually, I love pink more. Do you ever feel like a plastic bag blowing in the wind? You mean lost and directionless? Yeah. Eating in front of people can be awkward. I don't like eating in front of people whatsoever. I think they're very, it makes me feel very self-conscious. Rings used as a ceremonial wedding gift are so outdated. I hate the idea of rings. I want somebody to... I wouldn't care for a ring. And honestly, anything can be used as a ceremonial wedding gift. So it's just like, I want something more meaningful than just a ring. Spells with the word murder. Nope. Do you know why that is? No. Does that make you slightly uncomfortable? No. Are you going to start paying closer attention to what you may have gotten yourself into? No. Do you realize it's too late to turn back now? Yeah. I'm here. Do you hear someone in your room? No. Do you see the shadows closing in? Do you feel like you're being watched? No. Did you look around your room a moment ago? No. Do you like long walks on the beach? I've never actually walked on a beach before, but the idea of a nice long walk on a beach does sound really comforting. The idea of it sounds nice, and I would love to do that. Do you enjoy giving gifts to people? I love giving gifts to people. I love supporting people in ways that I can, and I like to see their smiles. I like to hear their voices brighten up. I don't know. I think giving gifts to people is just like the best thing. Have you ever felt like giving up on life? Have I ever felt like that? You bet your ass I wanted to give up on life a lot. There's a lot of times I've wanted to give up. There's a lot of times I have just... I wanted to wither away and die, essentially. As much as I have never tried to kill myself, there have been plenty of times that I have stopped caring for myself. A lot of times I've done that. That is how I hurt myself. And that is how I give up. Do you love your family more than you love yourself? No. I don't really know what to feel with my family, if I'm being honest. Also, hi, Lily Bears. How are you doing? Do you have a best friend who's clearly better than the rest of your friends? I don't feel like I have a friend like that. No, I don't feel like I have somebody who's like that at all. Do you think there's some kind of conspiracy behind the coronavirus? No. Do you believe that you're human? Yes. If you could turn invisible, but you could never be visible ever again once you decide to use your power for the first time, would you ever use it? Honestly, I do like being seen. I don't want to be invisible. There are lots of reasons why I want to be seen. Some of them are kinky reasons for why I want to be seen, but for the more serious aspect of this, I do want people to see me. I have felt invisible for a long part of my life, and I want to actually be seen. Also, hi Fuzzy, how are you doing? If you knew someone was about to rob a convenience store, but you knew that they were doing it to feed their family, would you stop them? Would I stop them? Well, that's the thing. You need to actually take this question more in the terms of just like, you are able to stop them. That regardless of the circumstance of this, that however you are able to stop them, you can. But it would mean that their family starves. And I don't like the idea of being responsible for that. Like, yeah. If you were stranded on a remote island with a stranger and you were both starving to death, but you found a secret stash of food that they didn't know about, would you share? Would you share with them? Even though they are a stranger, like, I can't be that selfish. I wouldn't want to I don't think I could live with myself eating and then just watching them starve to death. I feel like that would be just beyond fucked up. Oh, would you share with them? I'm sorry. Yeah. Yes, I would share with them. Sorry. Right. That's the question. Would you share with them? The answer is yes, I would share with them. If you could turn into an eagle for 1 year, but you wouldn't be able to turn back into a person until that 1 year had passed, would I do it? You know, assuming that I could go back to my normal life after that 1 year, like I could get back to my job, I would not have had to pay anything. Like, say for that 1 year, like all of my responsibilities were just halted. And that after that 1 year, I would go back to my normal life. So that's how I would look at this. Would I be willing to turn into an eagle for 1 year and live as an eagle for 1 year? And to be honest, I would. For 1 year, to know the thrills of flying, that's what I would want. I would want to know how it would feel to soar in the air. I want to be able to do that. So yeah, I like that idea. If you had the opportunity to earn riches beyond your wildest dreams by fighting a grizzly bear to the death, using nothing but a machete and an army helmet, would you do it? No. Again, the opportunity. Because, first off, a grizzly bear is going to kill me. Like, this is nothing more but like, am I stupid? Am I that... Do I want money like that? I'm like, no. I could not do that. Dope. So yeah, this is a no. If you had to pick one basic food item to eat exclusively for an entire year, would you choose potatoes? Actually, I probably would. I love potatoes. There are so many things you can do with potatoes. And, like, potatoes are actually really good for you, too. I do like potatoes. If a pizza screamed in agony every time you bit into a piece, would you still continue to eat pizza? No. I'm sorry. The screaming would bother me. Like, as funny as it is from Foster's Home of Imaginary Friends, where Terrence literally just, like, devours the imaginary pizza slice, like, I couldn't do it. Simply just swallow it whole? No. No, I couldn't. If your best friend got bit in the genitals by a highly venomous snake, and the only way to save their life was to suck the venom out of their genitals, would you do it to save them? I'm sorry. This makes me giggle. So let's assume that this person doesn't have any, like, you know, sexually transmitted disease. That they are 100% clean and you know it. That their genitals are absolutely fine. They're not dirty, they're not gross, they are just genitals. And that's all that they are. Would you do it to save them? Yes, because it's just a dick. Or it's a vagina. I don't know. It's like, I'm not... As a matter of fact, I would probably giggle and also be very concerned about them. Would you do it to save their life? Yes, I would. Was that... No. Do you feel mortal? I feel very mortal. I know that I can die at any time, and probably will, in the next God knows how many decades. Hopefully many decades, but we don't know. Do you enjoy loud music? No. Do you feel awkward when you dance in front of others? I do. I don't like dancing in front of others. It makes me feel very self-conscious. Do you suffer from an anxiety disorder? I actually do. I have that diagnosis. Do you ever feel depressed? I don't know, chat. Do I? You're not alone. Do you feel relaxed? Actually, I do feel pretty good right now. Do you think you have a guardian angel watching over you? To be honest, I do. I feel like with how life has gone for me, I feel like I've had a lot of luck in being where I'm at right now. And I feel very blessed. Do you ever hear your name being called when no one is called for it? No. I'm going to take special note of that one. Do you always look both ways before crossing the road? I do, because I don't trust people. Do you wash your hands every day? Yep. Do you feel uncomfortable using public restrooms? God, I do. I hate using public restrooms. They always feel so unclean. Is winter your favorite season? Not really. Do you know anyone named Josh? Yeah, I think so. Are you wondering why that last question is relevant? No. Are you allergic to any animals? I don't think I am. Have you ever thought about an animal in a sexual way? No. Have you ever been in love? Sorry, that last one is just like, ugh, gross. Have you ever been in love? Of course I've been in love. I've loved so many things. Would you consider yourself to be artistic? I do. Would you consider yourself to be dominant in day-to-day life? Now that's funny. Because there are definitely a lot of people that would probably think of me as being very submissive. Which I do like to be very submissive in the ways that I am. At least when it comes to sex. But when it comes to my day-to-day life, I feel like I do a lot of what I must do to make things work. And I force it if I have to. I do think of myself as being rather dominant in my day-to-day life. Because I have to be. I kind of hate having to be, too. But it's just like, yeah? Do you feel that you've got too much time on your hands? Honestly, yeah. And then I freeze up and I don't know what to do with it. Like, I definitely have a lot of time on my hands, and then I'm just like, I have no idea what to do with it. And it makes me very uncomfortable. Can you be easily intimidated by others? Not really. There's a lot of people that I know people find intimidating, and I'm just like, whatever, if I'm being honest. Are you easily excitable? Easily excitable? I don't know about easily. Do you enjoy solving complex problems? I do, actually. Do you have a difficult time relaxing? I do. I stress out way too easily, and it builds up, and I know right now I'm suffering from that a lot. I have not been relaxing very well. Would you consider yourself to be high maintenance? Maybe in the past I would have thought of myself as being no, but I feel like emotionally speaking, I am very high maintenance. I need a lot of emotional support. Do you trust easily? No. Would you consider yourself to be an honest person? Honestly, yes. I try to be as honest and genuine about myself as I can. I try not to lie. I don't want to lie to people. Like, I don't really see much of a point in lying in most cases. Have you ever told a lie? Just because I'm an honest person doesn't mean I have never told a lie. Have you ever lied to your best friend? Yes. Have you ever lied to your family? Yep. Have you lied about my answers during the session? I'm trying here, okay? Are you wondering why all of these questions have to do with lying? This is very useful information. Are you a people pleaser? I am a bit of a people pleaser. I want people to be happy. I want people to be happy with me, even. Do you enjoy being the center of attention? I do not. No. Do you feel like you've got a good sense of humor? I like to think I have a great sense of humor. I like to think that I can kind of giggle about anything and not take anything too seriously. You know, like, not to allow anything to really just get under my skin, if that makes sense. Do you ever feel like you got a good sense of humor? Do you frighten easily? Not really. I could maybe be startled, but frightened? No. Well, that was odd. I wonder what that was about. You know, maybe I did lie to Happy. Maybe there are a couple little jump scares in here that aren't really, like, visual, but they're more auditory. That was probably a pretty good place for us to stop the simplest segment of our questionnaire and move on to the more gritty questions. This next set of questions will not be yes or no answers. The next portion of our session will be filled with various scenarios that put you smack dab in the middle of vital choice making. We'll see how well you handle your options as you delve deep into each scenario. Remember, the key of all this is to answer honestly. Let's get started. You're home alone, it's dark, and it's storming outside. All of a sudden, there's a knock on your bedroom door. Someone's in your house. What do you do? I would probably grab the closest items that could be used as a weapon. If I know I'm home alone and there's someone knocking on my door, I am going to assume the worst and grab a weapon. Very interesting choice. You meet a homeless woman on the street. She asks you for money. You find it within yourself to give her all of your spare change you have. Just as you do, a homeless man approaches you asking if you have spare change. What do you do? Tell the man that I've got no more change left to offer. Just the simple truth. Really now. Both your mother and your father fall incredibly ill to a life-threatening disease, and there's only enough medicine and facilities to save one of your parents, and time is of the essence. What do you do? I I'd also give it to my mom. I feel like my father has done a lot of wrong in order for me to be like, I may like him a lot, but I feel like my mother is somebody that I'd rather just... That doesn't surprise me. You find a case of money tucked away inside of a dumpster. Inside, there's 10 solid gold bars and a vial of mysterious liquid. Under the vial, there's a note that says, "The cure for cancer." What do you do? I would keep the gold bars, assuming that I could find a way to sell it, but I would give the cure to cancer. But I would give away the cure to cancer. The money I would keep, but like, the cure to cancer, I'd be like, hell yeah. What a wasted opportunity. I'm sorry, I know I shouldn't judge. You're stuck alone inside of your house, and you're starving to death. You're completely run out of food, and no one is coming to save you for weeks. The only potential source of food found around is your family pets. What do you do? Continue to starve along with my pets. Attempt to cut meat away from my pets and then treat their wounds. I would probably honestly give myself to my pets. I don't think I could honestly kill my pets. To forge a loving bond with them, and then to just betray it? The third option, I'm like, I could not ever think to ever harm my animals. And the first option, I just couldn't. And this is assuming that the meat from the animal would be enough for me to survive. I don't think a part of me could get over me killing them just to live. As weird and as awful as it sounds, I think a part of me would rather just die than to harm them. And I couldn't just starve with them. Why am I not surprised? Your neighbor's home is on fire. A blazing inferno amongst smoke emits from the windows. You hear screams for help coming from within, but you can't see past the flames. No one else is around in sight. Call the fire department and keep my distance from the home. Run into the burning and rescue anyone I can. I would call the fire department. I know better than to run into a burning building that I know nothing about with no equipment. Like, I would call 911. I would be like, there's a fire here, and I would stay safe because that's all I can do. I can't save them, but I can at least get somebody who can. You're fast asleep in your bed when you're woken by what sounds like a woman's muffled cry from somewhere in your room. You quickly realize it's coming from under your bed. Look under the bed, hide under your covers and wait patiently. I would jump out of the bed and run out of the room immediately. I would leave. A man in a fancy suit approaches you while you're walking down the street. He pulls a watch from his pocket and hands it to you. He claims that when the watch stops ticking, it marks the moment your time runs out on the earth. What do you do? Tell him that he needs professional help to keep his distance. Tell him you already got 3 of them as a toy in your Happy Meal. When the watch stops ticking, It marks the moment your time runs out on this earth. I don't think I would want to know when I would die like that. I don't want to be looking at this watch constantly, wondering how much more time do I have left. I would rather live each day as though it probably would be my last. Would you know? You're sitting at home playing a game on your PC when all of a sudden someone grips and squeezes your shoulders firmly from behind. What do? Immediately jump up and turn around. Spin around with a vicious elbow to whoever's... Tell them to squeeze harder, you could use a nice massage. Spin around with a vicious elbow to whoever's behind you. I would hate it if somebody were to grip and squeeze my shoulders like that. I would hate it. Huh. You're sitting in the bathtub trying to relax when a hand emerges from the water. What do? Jump out of the bathtub and rub as fast as you can. Kick the hand and try to keep away from it. Give it a firm handshake. Maybe it's a solid, maybe even a solid fist bump. Push under the water. Hope that you never. I would get the fuck out of there. Clever. You get out of bed and immediately fall down into a deep, dark hole. A man is standing above you, looking down, telling you to put lotion on your skin while he watches. Okay. If somebody's going to give me... If someone's going to give me fucking orders like that, I am going to be like... Smart choice. I might as well fucking just laugh about it. You're sitting at home alone and all of a sudden your door slams shut. You see it before your very eye and you know that no one is home. And it couldn't have been a gust of wind. What do? Stay perfectly still, look for a weapon. I would look for a weapon. I would not. I would probably think that somebody's trying to fuck with me and I need to like bash someone's head in. Someone you've known for many years but have no attraction to tells you that they had a massive crush on you for a long time. What do? This one's a hard one. I have a confession to make. I'll be honest. If I've known for years, which means that I like this person, that this is somebody that I like, and that I really haven't given a thought about being attracted to them, suddenly tells me that they have had a massive crush on me, I would give it a chance. I would preface it of just being like, I can't promise that you'll get what you want, but I don't see why not give it a try, though. Ah, so you're one of those types. Your dog starts randomly barking into the dark corner of your living room. There doesn't appear to be anything there, but your dog insists on escalating into growls. I would try to calm the dog down. Sometimes dogs are just fucking weird like that. I'm taking note of that. You see a massive spider in your room the size of your hand. What do? I guess we're moving out now. Burn the entire house down is the only way to be safe. Your closest family member tells you that they're a serial killer. What do? My closest family member. Somebody that I actually like. This is assuming that this is somebody that I have an actual good relationship with. I would probably try to convince them that they need help. I can't condone what they do, but I'm not going to be like... If you found out that you only had 1 day left to live, what do you do? Like I said before, if I only had 1 more day to live, I would want to tell everybody and to let them know that I love them. And to spend my last day with them. If one of your pets started speaking to you and told you that they got a dire warning that they were going to die if you don't let them eat all of the ice cream in the freezer, what would you do? Go lay down, I'm obviously way too high for this. Give them all the ice cream they can handle. You're not gonna fall for that one. Assure them that you'll protect. Assure them that they'll protect them and they won't die. Oh, lovely. If all of a sudden you could start hearing other people's thoughts and the person next to you is thinking about mugging you and stealing your money, what would you do? You better believe I'm gonna beat them up first. That sounds reasonable. Your best friend comes to you and tells you that they just accidentally killed someone and they don't want to go to prison. What do you do? It is always better in the long run to just admit things have happened. And they do. And I would try to be there for them as much as I could. Because if you accidentally killed someone, then it's like, you could definitely make a legal case for that. Aww. You're driving in your car and you accidentally run someone over. You're pretty sure that they're okay, but the fact that their head is clearly detached. You're pretty sure that but the fact that their head is clearly detached from their body suggests that it's probably just wishful thinking. What do you do? Killing your best friend told you don't want to go to prison. I would probably call a cop, honestly. Because in all honesty, it's just like, ugh. I don't know, I just... Because again, it's just like... It just feels wrong to not give closure. I'm watching you. Interesting how that played out. I think it's time we move on to the next portion of our test. The following questions that shall be asked of you would you rather style questions. Imagine that you got a gun to your head and you absolutely must choose an answer. No matter how uncomfortable that may be. Let's get started, shall we? Would you rather be loved by all or feared by all? I'd rather be loved. Would you rather never get angry or never get jealous? There are really good reasons to get angry. There is a lot of righteousness about anger. Jealousy, though, is Would you rather be held in high regard by your parents or by... I'd rather let my friends regard me pretty well. Would you rather live in space or live under the sea? Oh, that's a good one. I would rather live in space. For a couple of reasons. Space sounds a lot more fun. Would you rather donate your body to science or donate your organs to people who needs them? If my let's say that like my organs could be usable. I'm fat, so most of them won't be. But let's say that by some miracle of reasons that they could. I'd rather that they go to people. Would you rather go to jail for 5 years for something you didn't do? Or get away with something horrible you did, but always live in fear of being caught? I would be mad to go to jail for something I didn't do. I would rather live in fear. Would you rather work at a horrible job that you hate, but retire comfortable in 10 years from now? Would you rather have your dream job, but have to work until the day you die? I'd rather have my dream job, which would be streaming. If I could have streaming be the thing that pays for everything, and it actually provides me comfort, but I have to work until the day I die, I would be happy. Would you rather every shirt you'll ever wear be somewhat itchy or only be able to use one-ply toilet paper? One-ply toilet paper, because you can always use more toilet paper. It would be uncomfortable, but it would be short-lived. Itchy shirts, I like to wear shirts, and I would hate to have to deal with somewhat itchy shirts. Would you rather have skin that changes colors depending on your mood, or have tattoos appear on your body that depict what you did yesterday? Actually, color-changing skin sounds kind of cool. Would you rather shit every time you orgasm, or orgasm every time you see a dog? I'll take orgasm shits for 5,000, Alex. I would probably orgasm when I see a dog. Because if I had to orgasm and then shit every time I did that, that would make doing things weird. I would rather have to just never look at a dog ever again. If your partner switched bodies with one of your parents and the only way to get them to switch back was to have sex with one of them, would you rather have sex with your partner and your parent's body or have sex with your parent and your partner's body? What the fuck? No, seriously, what the fuck is wrong with you? Just answer the question. Okay. Here's my answer to this one. Of course, no one likes this one. This one is it's a fucked up situation no matter what you do. I already know the answer with this one. I would rather have sex with my partner in my parents' body. As gross as that sounds, spiritually, that is my partner. Spiritually, this is somebody that I have a connection with and that I love. That is unfortunately in my parents' body. I would rather do that and deal with the slight uncomfort... Well, slight is very... whatever. I would rather deal with the uncomfort of having sex with my partner that unfortunately is inhabiting my parent's body than to have sex with my parent in my partner's body. I find that way more uncomfortable. Like, that feels gross. This feels less gross to me. That one had no bearing on your results. I was just curious. I think we answered enough of these types of questions, as I'm sure you'd agree. We're going to end the test with a short series of final questions, giving simple answers. We'll get started now. Out of the following options, which number do you like most? 46. 11. Out of the following options, which color resonates with you best in this exact moment? Green. Out of the following options, which creature are you least comfortable around? Ooh, scorpions probably. I hate scorpions so much more. Which flavor is your favorite? Ooh, I love mint. Which do you personally value the most? Friends. Which could you live... Out of the following options, which could you most live without? I could live without my family. Which statement is the most accurate? I am caring. Which are you most afraid of? Dying immediately. This has been dying alone. But I got one final question for you. Have you ever punched a... No! You really ought to try it sometime. It can really take the edge off. Alright, we're done here. I'm through with you. I'm just going to calculate your results very carefully. I don't want to miss anything important. Trying my absolute hardest not to judge you right now. Trying to keep this as professional as possible. Here we go. Based on what you told me, I have come to a conclusion. This is what I personally believe would be in your best interest to acknowledge, set in motion, and accomplish in order to climb the ladder to happiness in your life. First and foremost, I'd like to start with a blanket statement that everyone surely needs to hear. Someone that is taken for granted far more than anything else in life. Something that has such an incredibly unique, irreplaceable value compared to any other thing on this earth. And that, my friends, is the value of time. Time is the most valuable form of currency you will ever hold in life. You can spend time on anyone doing anything for any reason. Now, time can be spent, time can be wasted, and time can be taken away. But time can never be refunded, time can never be earned back, and more time can never be gained. Imagine a bank account with all the money you've ever get to spend in life. Now imagine not knowing how much money is in your account. Imagine going to the store one day to purchase something you really need, and the cashier tells you, "I'm sorry, but you can't afford that." As a matter of fact, you can never afford anything ever again. We only have so much time, and we have no idea just how much or how little we truly have before our bank accounts run dry. The fact that we get to decide and choose what we spend our time on just shows you how truly special it is when someone spends their time on you. So now we understand the incredible value of time, I'd like to take a suggestion for you personally on how I think you'd best spend your time in order to achieve what you need most at this current stage in your life. Let's see here. I can tell that you're very often misunderstood. Even though closest to you typically don't give you a lot of respect that you deserve, which is honestly really unfortunate. Even those closest to you typically don't give you a lot of respect that you deserve, which is honestly really unfortunate. I think the main issue really lies in communicating with those around you in an effective way. One thing I'd highly recommend for you to do is attempt to build a bridge with those who doubt you. Instead of wondering why they don't understand you, try to put yourself in their shoes and think from their perspective. Once you're able to understand things from their point of view, you can begin to communicate in a way that will help them understand just how truly special you are. I think it would be a very good investment of your time focusing on putting yourself in other people's shoes a lot more often before writing them off completely. If you can master this little piece of advice and apply it to your everyday life, you'll have the world at your fingertips. My advice to you is to take a deep breath before responding to someone who attempts to speak to you, and take that moment to analyze what you're going to say before you let words leave your mouth. I think you'll be very surprised just how much of a positive impact this can have on your life going forward. I hope this information helps you achieve your goals. Your secret word is understanding. This will come. Remember this word, this will come in handy. What the fuck is wrong with you? Love it. Would you like to see them now? No. And that was Hypothesis Rising. Gifted and understanding are the two things that they have talked about. But now we have the final one, which is the final revelation. So let me go ahead and get the soundboard fixed up. Ugh. Let me go grab some more water too. So one moment, everybody. As I also, you know, change the stream. There we go. Okay. Okie dokie. Nice big swig of a drink. And time to start a new game. This is basically just being like, have you played the other? I've already played the test and test 2. Please make sure that you answer each with the utmost honesty, even answering one correct and proper, blah, blah, blah. Yep. When the sun comes crashing down and the heroes fade away, when darkness is all around and there is no light of day, I will come back for you so that you never feel alone. My spirit will push through, your heart will forever be my home. And when the world spirals into abyss, I will be standing there. Your embrace so long I've missed, my soul, my love I bear. And when every nerve has been left deadened and every ghost has left its shell, I will bring you back to your heaven as you've rescued me from my hell. No matter what happens, I will always love you. Do you promise? With every ounce of my heart and each droplet of my soul, I swear to you. We're going to find a way out of here. Choice. Fate. And now lastly... Destiny. I wasn't expecting you so soon. Though I knew that one day we would meet in this room. You see, closely I've been watching you, studying every breath and every move. A few of my former colleagues you may have met, and a slew of questions you've answered without regret. I may be similar, but unlike them still. I'll make you swallow the truth like a bitter pill. I will peel the emotion from your soul and make you eat your feelings whole. The questions I ask may be harder to answer, but I will cut the truth from you like a cancer. Both of us know why you're here. To open up and cast out fear. To be as honest as you can. To take angel's wings or devil's hand. And in the end, we both will know how to escape your undertow. Time is on your side, but mistakes are not. Misanswered questions lead to misery wrought. Take time to think before you decide. Dig deep for the answers that live inside. You may not go back, you may not return home. Once a decision is made, into your soul 'tis burned. But before we continue, just know this. Your dishonesty would be very remiss. If your answers lack the guidance of truth, then your final destination will be rather uncouth. So with that being said, I need your heart's honesty. You can run from yourself, but you can't run from me. Now, let the examination begin. Do you ever feel like you just aren't good enough? Well, that's a hard question to start off with. That's like a gut punch question. Do you ever feel like you aren't good enough? And to no surprise, this is yes. I often feel like I am not good enough. Do you ever feel like you put more effort into friends or relationships than others put back into you? This may hurt some people in here, but yes. I feel like I put a lot more effort into the people that I love than I get out of it. And it sucks to feel that way. Do you ever feel like your life is going nowhere? Man, these... Okay. I do. I feel like I'm kind of lost. Hi, Voxbox. The last person to play this game. I'm joking. That is a question for later, Sal. Do you ever feel like your life is going nowhere? Yes. I honestly feel lost a lot. You ever feel like you're trapped in limbo? That question is very difficult for me to answer because I know it's... There's just a lot that I would have to preface that. But yes, I do feel like I'm trapped in limbo, especially right now, where it's just like I feel really helpless. Do you ever feel overwhelmed by seemingly trivial tasks? Yes, I'm suffering from a lot of depression and PTSD. Like, God, even just eating enough sometimes is a chore, if I'm being honest. Are you sometimes afraid of what your future may hold? Yeah. I am very afraid of what is going to happen to me. I want something good to come of my future. Do you believe that your friends will always treat you the way you deserve to be treated? Do I believe that? I think the other way for me to look at this is, do I believe that I am being treated as I should? I think this deals more with how confident do you really feel with your relationships, which to me, I don't. Do you believe your friends treat you the way you deserve to be treated enough of the time? Are you afraid of being the last person alive in your social circle? Kind of? I would hate to be alone. Are you afraid of the existence of an afterlife and what that might mean for you? Actually, I'm not. Are you afraid of the I actually have no fear of the afterlife. I feel like I do right. Do you feel as though you're wanted in life? Well, these are really tough questions to start off with. These are honestly attacking a lot of the core problems that I have. Do I feel wanted in life? Do I feel as though I'm wanted in life? And to be honest, I don't. I don't. It's. I know there are people that care. I know there are people that want me to feel wanted. And I love them for that. And this is something I still struggle every day, is to feel like that I'm actually wanted in life. This is a core problem for me. This is the reason why I go to therapy, is because I don't feel this. Do you ever feel like you just don't belong? Yep. Do you ever feel like a burden? Certainly do. Have you ever felt left out? All the time. Have you ever felt like a failure? Certainly do. Have you ever felt like you just weren't attractive enough? Ironically, no. Just swinging hard right now. Yeah. I actually don't feel unattractive. I actually feel very sexy for myself. Have you ever worked yourself sick? Actually, I have, and I hated myself for doing it. Do you ever have racing thoughts at night that make it difficult for you to get to sleep? Yep. Are you afraid to ask for help? Destiny, please. At work? No. In real life? Yes. Do you feel like people often criticize you? This one I can very comfortably say no. I don't feel like anybody really criticizes me. hit me harder. I don't feel like people criticize me. Do you ever feel judged by your friends and family? Well, let's take family out of this equation because that just doesn't matter to me. Do I ever feel judged by my friends? And to be honest, no, I don't really feel judged by you guys. I don't feel judged by a lot of my friends. I don't feel like anyone's being hard on me. Not by friends, anyways. Do you ever wonder what your purpose is in life? It's trying to do me like the kicking scene from JoJo. I wonder what my purpose in life is constantly. What purpose I can make for myself, too. If you could turn back time for any reason, would you? No. I wouldn't want to turn back time because I would be afraid of what I could lose. I have made a lot of wonderful people today by the choices I have made that led up to this point to now. If I were to turn back the clock, there may be wonderful people that I suddenly would just no longer be a part of anymore. And that would make me really sad. I don't want to ever lose that in somebody. I want to always be able, even though I've definitely made mistakes and things that make me sad, I don't want to turn back the time because I don't want to lose anybody important. Would you say that you have many regrets in life? I certainly do. Does meeting new people for the first time make you uncomfortable? Not really. If we mean like actually meeting them, not just like some stranger, like I'm meeting somebody new, no, not really. Does looking out your window at night make you feel uneasy? It does. I hate looking out at a window at night. It makes me feel very uncomfortable. Do you sometimes double check that your doors are locked even though you're certain that you've already locked them? Yeah, I hate. It's a paranoia of mine that my doors are unlocked, and I always want to make sure my doors are locked. Even if out of habit, I know I've locked my door. I can't help but always want to double check. Do you ever feel like life is moving too slow? No, not really. Do you ever feel like life is moving too fast? That I would say yes to. Do you feel uncomfortable when you're home alone? Not really. I wouldn't say uncomfortable. I might be sad, but I wouldn't say uncomfortable. Would you consider yourself to be a thoughtful person? I do. I try to be very careful about what I think and say. I try to be as thoughtful as I can be. Would you consider yourself to be superficial? I actually loathe the idea of being a very superficial person. I really don't want to be a skin deep. I want to try to be as genuine as I can be. Do you ever judge others by the way they look or dress? No. There are plenty of people that may dress in a way that I think may be silly, but it's not like I'm actually going to judge them by that. Like, let people enjoy how they want to be, you know? I may judge somebody pretty harshly for wearing the red "Make America Great Again," but it's not the hat that I hate. It's their political beliefs that I hate and will judge them harshly on. But not by how they look or dress, no. Would you consider yourself to be high maintenance? Emotionally speaking, absolutely. I need so much help in that department. Have you ever been bullied by someone you cared about? Ooh, that's an interesting question. Someone I cared about bullying me. Yes. I say yes because family for me. I know that when it came to my family, I do feel like that they bullied me a lot in some ways when I was struggling a lot. I know that my dad also bullies me about the fact that I don't call him enough. And I do care about them. And it makes it that much harder for me to want to be with them. Have you ever been a bully to someone you care about? I want to say no. Not in that kind of way. Like, I can't imagine myself being a bully to someone that I love and just being mean about that. You know, like, I just. Testing from behind a steel chair. He's gonna ask it, I know. Do you try to keep a low profile to avoid attention from others while in a crowded area? You bet your ass I do. Do you actively try to avoid busy places? I do. Would you sometimes rather be alone than surrounded by people you care about? That's another hard one. Would you sometimes rather be alone than surrounded by people you care about? I'm alone a lot. I have a hard time feeling like I'm really with people. If I can have an opportunity to be with somebody, to be surrounded by people I care about, I will take that opportunity. I want to take that opportunity. Like, if somebody invites me to do something, you better believe that if it's somebody I care about, I will be there. Because I want to be there. I want to be included. I want to feel loved, I suppose would be the thing. I'm alone a lot. Does making phone calls make you feel uncomfortable? Yes. Are you sometimes afraid to confront people even when they do something that bothers you? Not really. Do you feel uncomfortable when committing to definite plans for the future? Actually, no. I love having definitive plans. I love having a date, time, what are we doing? Do you ever feel like no matter how hard you try, you just can't seem to stay motivated? This is also another like, yep, I feel this a lot. This is... I hate being alone. I know, Thorin, I'm sorry. You can't seem to stay motivated, yes. Do you ever fear that you're failing those who care about you most? I am afraid that I am failing those. I don't want to be a burden. I don't want to be a burden to anyone. If I love you, I want you to know that I love you and that I'm doing everything I can to not fail. Does driving a vehicle give you anxiety? Ever since the accident, yes. Are you afraid of exploring new places by yourself? I actually really am. I don't like going to new places unless I have somebody that I can, like, be with them. Because otherwise, I get very nervous and I just am like, I don't know what I'm doing. Have you ever carried an object around with you that made you feel more comfortable? I have, actually. I know stuffed animals do that with me a lot. Sometimes I really need to, sometimes I have done that before where I'll just like literally just be holding onto a stuffed animal and just be like, That is something that, yeah. If I told you that I could guess your name correctly right now, would you believe me? No. Well, based on the answers you provided me so far, if I were to take a guess, I would say that your name starts with the letter M, doesn't it? Nope. That makes sense. Let's be real here. There's literally no way I'd be able to guess your name just by your answers. That would be ridiculous. Besides, all of you humans look alike to me anyhow. Does being around animals bring you a sense of peace? I love being around animals. There's something about animals that it really makes me happy. They are just these innocent little creatures that are so helpless. And it's just, yes. Do you sometimes believe your loved ones are lying to you when they say that they care? See, this is why this game is so hard. This final revelation is like constant gut punches. I do. I have an immense fear that I'm only being told that people care. I do have this fear, yes. Do you ever feel like you push your loved ones away? Yeah, I know I have a really bad tendency of doing this. I feel unworthy and undeserving of love. And I know I sometimes have a bad feeling. I have a bad tendency of doing this. I'm going to have to stop you here. The truth that pours forth is incredibly clear. I hope that you're being honest for your own health. You can try to lie, but you'll be cheating yourself. I'd like to move on to the next phase of the test. A series of pictures to give your brain a rest. You're going to tell me what emotional response they bring out, which will show me what your mind is pondering about. So feast your eyes upon the art, and let me into that precious heart. For starters, what emotion do you feel most represents this picture? Joy. What word do you feel describes... Beautiful, chaotic, soulful. What do you think this picture is called? Very interesting. Moving on. What emotion do you feel is best described in this picture? Toxic. I see. Hi, Happy. Sorry, I'm just going through this, like, right. I'm just kind of, like, answering this. Hey, Varaz, how you doing? Ugh. Take it to your doctor, please. If I could play a tax filing visual novel. Your answers have been documented well. Deep into your subconscious they dwell. But I am not finished with you just yet. There are still some truths that have yet to be met. As a matter of fact, this is only the start. We have a great deal of fun before we part. So let me challenge you on another level still. I will pick your brain until I get my fill. The next set of questions will test your conscience more. And again, your honesty I do implore. Let us begin. One year, you're running a little low on funds to purchase presents around the holidays. You decide to spend $1 and get everyone in your family a lottery ticket. You give each of them their own lottery ticket and wish them the best of luck. The drawing is held and one of your family members hits the jackpot, but it's someone who you don't really get along with and just bought a present out of more obligation. They plan to keep the money all for themselves as they feel like it's their ticket. How does this make you feel? Makes me angry. And what do you wish to do in this solution? And what would you wish to do in this situation? Take it back. If the roles were reversed and you were given a winning lottery ticket, would you share the money with your least favorite family member who bought you the ticket in the first place? Yes, I would. If they bought me the ticket as a joke, but it turns out to be a winning ticket, I would go halfsies on them, even if I don't like them. I see. It would only seem fair. Now you're walking through a forest and you come across a black suitcase. Inside the case, there rests $1 million. Alongside the money, there lies a bloodstained note with only one word written on it. The note simply says, "Don't." How does this make you feel? I mean, if I saw a bloodstained note, I would be scared, yeah. What would you do with the suitcase? Don't. I would assume that somebody was murdered for this. Like, I feel like that a crime was committed. If the note wasn't covered in blood, would it change your decision at all? Yes. If there was blood, then I would have to assume that there was a crime. If there wasn't blood, then... yeah. The blood does change it for me. The devil appears in your room at night while you're alone and just about to fall asleep, and tells you that he has a special one-time offer for you. In exchange for your soul and eternal damnation, he will let you choose from one of 3 glorious bargains. He has not told you what those bargains are yet. How does this make you feel? I'd be angry. The devil then goes on to assure you that whether or not you believe him to truly be the devil, he surely is. To prove his point, he demonstrates magnificent magical prowess and drags you to hell for a split second before transporting you back to your bedroom. In that second, you can feel a lifetime of pain and suffering in the most unimaginable ways possible. He then goes on to tell you of his offers in exchange for your soul to see if you'd strike a bargain. Which one of these would you choose in exchange for your soul, if any? None of these things. None of these things. Even all the wealth and power in the world, I don't care for that. To never age but can still die from physical I don't fear death. And even if there was somebody dead that I loved, I wouldn't want to bring them back this way. I just wouldn't make this kind of a deal. If the devil offered you a deal of some other kind, would you accept in exchange for eternal damnation? No. I value my soul, my personal being, far too much for temporary physical wealth. Civilization is about to come to an end as a plague sweeps the globe, turning everyone who perishes into mindless zombies who hunger for living flesh. You watch as everyone you know becomes gravely ill and turns, except for 5 of your closest friends and family. I don't want the world that would make me so sad. That only 5 of anybody that I love is alive and everyone else is basically dead. I would be so sad. If you knew that a zombie apocalypse was coming in 10 years from now and you could prevent it from happening, would you? If I could, yes. I don't want the world to end. You've been working at a company for 10 years and you've been promised a very important and incredibly lucrative promotion. However, someone hired only a number of weeks ago has just been promoted to the position that you were promised. Your boss essentially tells you tough luck and that maybe one day you'll get the position, and that he had the only other employee as a favor for a friend. I would feel betrayed. Like, you can't just fucking tell me that I can get this position and that you're just gonna do that to me. You also learned a few secrets about the company that could be disastrous if they were to escape. So this is the fact that they haven't been properly reporting their income for the last decade. What would you wish to do in this situation? I've essentially done this before. One of my jobs, I literally left because they were just a shit employer. I quit my job and looked for new employment. Although, that's not what I would necessarily do here. This is the only option that I would do. I wouldn't sabotage, I wouldn't threaten, I would just report them. I would be a fucking whistleblower and then probably do this. But yeah. If the roles were reversed and you were hired and promoted as a favor over someone more deserving, would you accept the position? And that's where my practical blood comes in. Would I still accept the position? Yes, but that would be different. That would mean that I was literally hired just a few weeks ago, and then I was given the position to be promoted. If I knew it was a favor over someone more deserving, the answer would be yes, but I would still want to leave the company. I would use my position as a means of just getting experience and then go look for a job elsewhere. Very interesting. You're home alone at night, cooking food in your kitchen, and you turn around to realize that someone is watching you through your window in the darkness. They have their face and hands pressed up against the window, and they make direct eye contact with you before turning and running out of sight around the other side of the house. I would be scared. And what do you think you would do in your situation? Lock the doors and call the police. That's exactly what I would do. If the face you saw in the window was the face of a supernatural entity and not of a human being, would your answer change at all? No, I would still lock the doors and call the police. I'm going to present you with more potent scenarios, potential scenarios, but I'm going to ask for more simplistic answers as a result. Here we go. You're not feeling all too well, so you decide to go to the doctor. The doctor runs a series of tests and gets back to you shortly after announcing some grave news. It turns out that you've contracted an incredibly rare illness that there is currently no cure for. The illness causes complete body paralysis within 6 months of contraction, meaning that in less than half of a year from now, you will be rendered unable to move, blink, talk, or even form or any form of expression whatsoever. You will need to be kept alive in a feeding tube, and you'll never be able to communicate with anyone ever again, just being kept alive in machines in a vegetative state. Would you want to be kept alive in a state, or would you rather have the plug pulled when that happens? I don't want to be a burden. I could not force people to care for me like that. I would rather just die. How would you like to spend the last 6 months of your life while still mobile? Oh my god. I wouldn't want to do this. How would you like to spend? Honestly, I'd probably spend it with my friends. Every last moment that I could, knowing that in 6 months I would essentially die. Because being with my friends is essentially my dreams. I would want them to know that I love them. There are diseases out there that can put you in that sort of unfortunate situation. Does knowing this motivate you to do things you've never done before and pursue more from life? Or do you feel relatively unaffected by the knowledge that this could potentially happen to you at any moment? Like I'm taking a test. It is a test, you ninny. I'm gonna sit on you, Foxbox. I don't feel like it really changes much of anything with me. Like, I've always known that I could just die at any time now. You have a pet dog whom you've raised since its birth. 3 years have passed, and it's the best dog you've ever had. You love it like it's your own child. And one day, he runs away in the middle of the night, chasing after a wild animal in the darkness. You search everywhere for your dog, but no matter what to do, you can't seem to make any progress. But a month passes and you still haven't had any trace of your four-legged friend until one morning you awaken to the sound of a familiar barking. You rush outside to find that your elderly neighbor in his late 80s is out of his front lawn, joyously playing with your dog. He has named the beast Johnny, and him and your dog seem to be having the time of their lives. You rush over there and hug your dog, and he excitedly licks your face. Your neighbor says, "Johnny's a good boy, isn't he? I lost him when I was just a boy about your age. But he's come back. Johnny has come back and we're together again." Come to find out, your elderly neighbor is suffering from dementia, recently brought on by the stress and heartache of losing his wife, just a couple of months prior to finding your dog. The dementia has caused him to believe that your dog, Johnny, is his old dog from his childhood coming back into his life to make him happy and keep him company. The dog seems to be in great shape, very happy, and well looked after. And you know that telling the old man that it isn't really his dog and that it's your dog would break his heart and crush him. Would you break the news to him that it isn't his dog and take Johnny home with you? Or would you let him keep the dog and choose to visit him daily to play and go on walks? This is a lot of context. But obviously I can't, even though the old man is like basically dying, I couldn't destroy his fucking world like that. Especially since I could very easily just go and say hello to the dog whenever I want to. Like, I can't do that to him. Does the story make you sad at all? Yes. Can you imagine yourself in the old man's position, being so alone in life and finding one thing that makes you feel less alone, and potentially having to face it being ripped away from you once again? Yeah, I can. Let's say that you were viciously murdered by a serial killer and you fell for one of their traps as they lured you in and made you their latest victim. Now, let's also say that you're given a unique opportunity in the afterlife as you return as a spirit to roam the earth. However, you're bound to two potential options, and only two. You can either choose to haunt your assailant and make his life miserable, hopefully foiling his plan to kill in the future and potentially save lives in the process. Or you can choose to spend your time as a spirit amongst your still living family and friends, guiding them in positive ways and making their lives better. You are bound to whichever option you choose until either your family and friends are no longer living or your killer is no longer living. You cannot choose both. Which one would you choose? I couldn't live with the hatred of just having to haunt my killer forever. Because eventually that's essentially all that it is. It's vengeance. It's cold-blooded hatred towards one person. I'd rather guide my friends to a better life. I'd rather just be there for them and to help them as much as I could. Do you think you have what it takes inside to drive your killer insane and push him over the edge? No. Do you believe that this scenario is possible? No. If this situation happened to a friend or family member and they were viciously killed, which situation would you rather them choose? I'd rather them stay with friends and family. I don't want them to give in to hatred. I don't want anybody to do that. A killer can always be caught. But I would want to make sure that my friends and family were at least good, set, that they could be happy and that I could help them be happier. That's what I want to be. Next question. One night, you go to sleep and get a good rest that feels like the best sleep you've ever had. You wake up in an unfamiliar room in an unfamiliar bed. You look in the mirror and you hardly recognize yourself. You look as though you've aged 20 years. There's a sticky note on the television screen that says, press play. So you oblige the note and hit the play button to reveal a message that has been left for you by all of your friends and family that are still alive and well, though they all seem to be 20 years older as well. They explain to you that every single day for the last 20 years, you've repeated the same day over and over again. Due to a severe head trauma, your memory doesn't last more than 24 hours, so each day when you sleep, all recollection of what took place 24 hours prior is wiped entirely. Your loved ones have made a videotape for you to let you have a say in your potential future. You have the option of either watching this video every single day so you know what's going on and can continue to progress your life, even though you won't have any recollection of it, or you can choose to continue living as you have been, repeating the same day over and over again and living in ignorant bliss. First off, this is a movie. This is a movie plot of an Adam Sandler film. But I would rather watch the video every day. I would actually keep a journal. I would keep a journal, write in it every single day of everything that has happened. And just do my best with that. Would you be upset if your family kept the truth from you for 20 years even though they felt like it was for your own good? Yeah, of course I'd be upset. If your best friend was in this situation, would you make a video for them telling them the truth, or would you repeat every day exactly the same for them in order to keep them happy, never letting them know the truth? In general, I would want people to know the truth. This person can progress. They can move forward, even in a very weird way. Like, I don't want them to live essentially a lie. You've come to find through frantic digging in the attic and the reading of old files and newspapers that your parents are famed psychologists. You've also come to find that they aren't really your parents. In fact, they're not even related to you at all. From what you can gather through your new discoveries, the story tells of a young child who developed psychotic tendencies and went into a trance before murdering their parents in a tragically brutal way. However, the child suffered so much trauma from the event of the loss of their parents, once the trance had worn off, that they repressed the memory of their parents' death, blocking it completely from their mind. Hi, Wolfie Doo. Hi, Katzen. 2 psychologists took the child into treatment and performed studies against the child's knowledge, raising that child to be a fully functioning adult, while playing the role of the child's real parents to further gather data and potentially help the child avoid a terrible life in the process. You are that child. Would you resent your parents? I will bite you, Katzen. Mwah. Would I resent my parents? No. As a matter of fact, I would probably actually love them more. Again, this hits on a lot of core problems for me. Because a lot of what my parents did was nothing, really. They were never really there for me growing up. If I were to read how much effort that they put into me to grow up as a normal, functioning human being, I would feel better about that. That would actually make me happier. Would you be grateful that they gave you a second chance at life? Yes, actually. Would you feel betrayed by your parents? No. Would you confront your parents about the articles you found? I would, though. If you were in your parents' positions, would you do the same for a child in a similar situation? If I was capable of doing it, yes. If I could help somebody have a normal life and be happy about it, I would. I have one final scenario for you before we move on. The end of the world has come and gone, and all that is left are post-apocalyptic soldiers, roaming the lands, combing through towns and laying waste to any survivors in their paths in hopes of claiming their equipment for themselves in order to survive this harsh, barren wasteland known as planet Earth. You get in good with a large colony of soldiers and spend about 6 months with them before they decide that you're not pulling your weight. In order to save the very few food rations they have left, they exile you from the compound and send you out to fend for yourself. You decide to venture into a neighboring town in hopes of finding food that was left behind by raiders, and it only takes you about a day and a half before you strike gold, a hidden underground bunker stockpiled to the brim with enough food to feed an entire colony for a year. Now you have a few choices to make. Would you go back to the colony and tell them about the bunker, or would you stay in the bunker all by yourself? I would keep it for myself. Fuck them. Fuck them for telling me that I am not good enough, and that basically that I should go out there and die. That is essentially what they told me. If you could choose to only tell some of the soldiers about the bunker and let them in so you could lead a new colony, but exile the soldiers who exiled you, would you do it? No. If you were to lead a new colony, would you build it based on savagery and raiding, or would you build it based on sharing and compassion? I could not. I would have to do it with this way. If you're the leader of the colony that exiled you, except it was you who exiled someone else who wasn't pulling their weight. If you were the leader of the colony that exiled you, except it was you who exiled someone else who wasn't pulling their weight, and that person just so happened to find themselves in a similar situation where but they refused to share with you and then the colony, would you raid them and steal it for yourself, or would you let them keep what they found? This is the hard one for me. Now I'm the person in power. I'm the person that exiled them. I have people that I am caring for. I have people that I am trying to feed. If I knew somebody found food, not part of your colony. Well, we're talking about a post-apocalyptic thing in which... We're talking about post-apocalyptic. We're talking about people are getting hungry and are starving. People are struggling. As that leader, I would have to ask myself, is it right for me to allow those people I'd say keep it and be dethroned by my colonist. We're talking about what is it that I would actually do? Not what I would want to do. Not what I would believe to be the good thing to do. Because let's face it, we're talking about everything is destroyed. Food is scarce. people are relying on me to take care of them. If I happen to know where a food source was, and if I was being that savage, I would take it over. Especially if I... No, I know. I can't say that they can keep what they found. I would probably take it over. Well, that wraps up this portion of the test. But I need more from you before I allow you to rest. A choice here, a choice there. Which would you rather? Moral dilemmas abound from what I can gather. And you will answer clearly, crisp and concise. Will you be selfish, or is your conscience a vice? In just mere moments from now, we shall both see the difference between who you are and who you wish to be. Let us begin. Would you rather abandon the person you love most, or be abandoned by the person you love the most? Hey Thorn, remember those steel chairs? They're back again. I can't. I don't think I could abandon someone. I would rather be abandoned than to intentionally abandon someone else. Would you rather have friends in high places who could get you anything you want, but didn't necessarily care about you, or friends who couldn't get you anything, but they feel a deep personal... I want friends with strong bonds. I want friends that I can say I love them. I don't care if they can't get me anything. Would you rather find $10,000 and keep it to yourself, or find $20,000 but have to split it 4 ways with your closest friends and family? That's a good question. Well, again, let's take out family and just say 4 ways with friends. What about friends with strong thighs? Oh, God, how selfish am I? Would I rather find a lot of money or a little bit of money, but I can see... You know, I don't know how many times I have seen my friends get... $5,000 would help a lot of my friends. I could be getting 10. That's the problem, though. Is that, would you want to get more money for yourself or a little bit of money, but you see 3 other people also benefit? There are ways that this will test me. But in this case, being able to see 3 other people also benefit and be happier would, you know, that would be a $5,000. That would be enough for me. Would you rather cheat on your partner but never get caught, or know that your partner cheated on you but have no way of proving it? I wouldn't care about the evidence. If I knew, I could deal with it. So it would just be like, I don't care. Because I don't want to cheat on my partners and just never get caught. I think that... Would you rather get rich through illegal means or be poor but live an honest life? I don't like the idea of hurting others. Especially on Dishonest Life, which, let's face it, Dishonest Life more than likely means that you are hurting others. I'd rather live a life like this. Money is nice, but like... Would you rather press a button that would kill your favorite pet, or press a button that would kill your favorite family member? I'm sorry. I love my pets so much more than I like any of my family members. Would you rather get fired from a high-paying job or have to fire your friends from a high-paying job? Now, this is hard. How much do I really want to hurt myself? That's what this is asking me. I can definitely take less money. But do I really want to lose a job? Or do I want to intentionally harm my friends? I don't know. This is... Depends on the friend. Not friend, friends. Your friends from a high-paying job. Meaning more than one, maybe even all of them. And... my practical blood wants me to do this. My heart wants me to do this. Go with the big panda heart. But that's the thing. I have to be honest with myself. What would I want? I have to make a choice. I hate making that choice, but a big part of me hates the idea of not having money. And I would rather try and find ways to make it right with them. Would you rather sleep with your step-siblings or sleep with your best friend's partner? I mean, considering the friends that I have, I mean, they would probably let me sleep with their partner. Would you rather save your best friend from certain death and let 1,000 strangers die? Or save 1,000 strangers and let your best friend die? Okay. You want to know how altruistic I am? I'm not. I could not let my friend die. I don't care how many people. If complete strangers, I don't know who the fuck they are. I could not let my friend die. Would you rather get free food for the rest of your life or rescue a starving child from a third world country? I'm sorry. I'd rather have the free food. Would you rather be rich but without family or poor but with family? This is a very interesting choice of words. But without family, or poor but with family. I've only ever known life without family, actually. You donate to the cause. I know, right? So let's put it this way. Do I want money but not have close ties with my family, or to not have money but to actually have closer, meaningful ties with them? I'm going to take this more literally of like, do I want to be rich without having any close ties to family, or not, or be poor but have close ties, close meaningful ties with family? Well, I'm going to put it that way. That's how I'm going to frame this myself. Is money more important to me than having close relational ties? That's how I would want to put this. And that's still actually kind of hard, though. Because this isn't talking about not having friends. I could still have friends and be rich, but I wouldn't really have a family. I really do want to have those meaningful connections, though. Does chosen family count? Like I said, I am framing this as meaningful, deep connections with people. So whether that's like however you want to define family in this case. Do you want to not have money but have deep, meaningful connections with people that are with you, or have a lot of money and just not have that? Which to me, I would rather be poor. Would you rather have to steal food for the rest of your life in order to eat, or steal enormous amounts of money from the wealthy but have to destroy the money immediately? Actually, yes. I would rather steal money from the wealthy and destroy it. Like, fuck them. Would you rather serve 4 years in the military during wartime, or move to a third world country and never be allowed to return home? Considering the fact that I do not believe a lot of... I don't believe a lot in what America does, so I would rather just leave. Would you rather always be traveling 10 miles above the speed limit or 10 miles below? I would rather do 10 miles below. I don't like speeding. Would you rather never have sex for the remainder of your life, or have to have sex every day in order to stay alive? I don't know, chat. Is there anybody here that would have sex with me every day? Just asking. Like, what does he mean by sex? Again, frame it however you want to frame it. I volunteer. Contemplates a great ace. Well, I guess the choice is easy for you, Barnum. You just would never have sex again. Actually, I wouldn't mind having sex every day to live, because that would mean that I would have to be with somebody every day, which would be somewhat inconvenient, but you know what? I wouldn't mind doing a quickie with somebody every day. Would you rather be addicted to hardcore drugs for 10 years but make a full recovery, or addicted to alcohol for the rest of your life? Okay, but make a full recovery. That is the big, like... You know what? Hardcore drugs. Would you rather live to be 200 years old in a perfectly preserved youthful body and have to watch your friends and family die around you, or live to be 70 but die before your friends and family? I don't want to watch my friends and family die. I would rather live a nice long life. 70 I would consider to be fairly long, and make sure that everybody else dies before that I die before them. There we go. I am phrasing this correctly. I do not want to be the last one to die. Would you rather sacrifice all of your friends in order to survive, or sacrifice both of your parents? Sorry, Mom and Dad, but I'd rather sacrifice you. Would you rather get acknowledged for work you didn't do, or work hard for the rest of your life but not receive any praise for it? Fuck this. Fuck this. Fuck this entirely. I don't know. The idea of working hard and then never getting any praise for it is like... I think of that from like a very much like a job perspective. Like, I will never work hard at a job and not get any praise for it. Like, fuck this one. I would rather get acknowledged for work I didn't do and just be like, okay, than to work hard for the rest of my life and get nothing out of it. Like, I don't know. Would you rather punch a nun or get punched by... You know, being punched by a nun sounds really funny, though. Would you rather lose all of the money you've earned this year, or lose all of the memories you've gained this year? Ooh. Money I can always remake, but I can never remake memories. Would you rather flip a coin for a chance to win $20 or immediately win 10? I'd rather keep a guaranteed 10. I'm not greedy like some people. Would you rather know how you die or know when you'll die? I'd rather know when. Again, this goes back into my entire fear of I don't want to one day know that, like, I'm going to die. That, like, I die and nobody knows I've died. Like, I would rather know when I'll die, make plans, and let people know that I'm like, I'm going to die at this date. I love you all. And, like, please, it's like, please mark this on your calendar kind of thing. Like, I don't care how I die, but I want to know when, so then I can plan for that. Would you rather be blind but able to see crystal clear underwater, or be deaf always?
Wow.
Hmm. You know, being permanently deaf wouldn't be that terrible for me. And let's assume that there is you always have to be swimming. Like, let's assume that you can't, like, cheat your way out of this one. That, like, you have to actually be underwater and whatever. Being permanently deaf wouldn't be that terrible. Would you rather give up all internet and social media but be able to travel the world for free? Or have the best internet in the world for free but never leave your house? I certainly don't have very specific kink reasons for why I would want this. Would you rather walk barefoot across a bed of hot coals or walk bare through a pitch black snake infested corridor? I think I would rather walk barefoot across hot coals. Mainly because I could at least see what I'm doing and see when it ends. I'd rather do that, all in all. Would you rather be the judge who sentences people to death or the executioner in charge of killing them? I can't imagine being the person that actually kills them. I'd rather be the judge. Would you rather have a witch cast a nasty hex on you so you'll always have bad luck, or be haunted by a demon intent on possessing you? I would rather have bad luck. At least in that case, people can plan around me. Would you rather be married to someone incredibly beautiful who doesn't find you attractive, or be married to someone whom you're not even remotely attracted to, but they find you incredibly attractive? Honestly, even if I'm not attracted to them, I would still be very happy with them. Would you rather work a high-paying job that you despise, or a low-paying job that you love? I would rather do a low-paying job. Would you rather walk 1 mile home wearing nothing but a pair of socks, or be fully clothed but have to walk 100 miles to get home? 100 miles? I would rather be fucking naked at that point. I'm sorry. Would you rather find $5 in your pocket or have to grab $100 out of a public $5? Absolutely. Like, oh my god. I hate. Ugh. Would you rather have 100 of your favorite books be never Would you rather have 100 of your favorite books but never watch a movie again, or have 100 of your favorite movies but never read a book again? Out of the public toilet? No. I'm fine. I'm sorry. I despise public toilets, and I am very I'm a little suspect of public toilets. You're assuming it's messy. I'm assuming it's not cleaned properly, yes. That one is just like, I'd rather just take the $5 and not worry about the $100. And not have to worry about what state is the public toilet in. This is a hard one, actually. Because there are a lot of movies I would love. But movies only last for so long. Books, like 100 books, like, that's like hours, like, that is so much good content. But you couldn't watch it anymore. Would I rather give up movies or give up books? If there were 100, like, say that I do have 100 favorite books and 100 favorite movies, like, somehow there's this list that it's like, I would love these things no matter what. But I think I would rather go for the books, because the books would be, because there's so much more good books out there than there are good movies, in my opinion. And books, a good book can last you for a very long time. Would you rather always be 20 minutes late to everything or 2 hours early to everything? I'd rather be 20 minutes late to everything. Would you rather find a dead body or be a witness to a deadly spot? I'd rather find a dead body. I would hate to see somebody actually, like, assault someone. Would you rather be able to change your past or see what the future holds for you? I'd rather look into the future. I don't want to change my past. As much as I may want to, my past is what defines me now. My past is also what led me to know the people that I know now. Also, hi Pamder, how are you doing? I forgot to say hello to you. I hope you're doing well. I'd rather be able to look into the future, honestly. I want to see what it holds. Would you rather have one really great friend or 100 mediocre friends? I'd rather have one great friend. I want to have that one friend that would always do stuff with me, that would always just be there for me, and just, I don't know, that would be great. Would you rather lose all of your teeth or lose 1 day off your life every time you kiss someone? You know what's funny about this? Don't say you can't kiss kitties. You know, I would probably rather just lose all of my teeth, because then I would just implant new teeth on. I would just get implants instead. Like, I'd rather just lose all my teeth and then just get like medical surgery for it. Would you rather win the lottery and lose the ticket before you can collect your money, or see your worst enemy win the lottery? Big middle ones. Honestly, I would rather win the lottery and somehow lose the ticket. I would not want to see somebody I absolutely hate win the lottery. I would rather just lose it. Would you rather find true love or have your dream job? This one's easy for me. I'd rather find true love. I want to find somebody that I can always be with forever. Would you rather have a pause button for life or a rewind button? Oh my god, I want a pause button. I want to be able to just stop life so that I can, like, disassociate for however long I need to and then continue. Like, I need sometimes just things to just stop for a minute. Would you rather drown to death in gasoline or be boiled to death in water? I'd pause and take as big a nap as... Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Like, I would sleep when everything is paused. I would disassociate. I would do everything that was just like, I'm doing nothing right now. Drown to death in gasoline. Especially in gasoline? That sounds awful. You'll die much faster being boiled. I guess that one. Would you rather make a new friend every day or get $100 a day doing nothing but never have friends again? I'd rather make a new friend every day. I want to find people that I can love, that I can like, that... I'd just rather have that. Would you rather die to save your family or sacrifice your family to save yourself? Okay. As much, even if I were to go with the I don't really care for my family that much, I even going with the more harsher version of me of being like my current family, I still wouldn't. I wouldn't want to kill them. How crazy I am. Oh no, I'm sure you would sacrifice your family to save your own life. This one I'm sure you'd be fine with. That wouldn't surprise me. I know even for my current family, I couldn't do it. Even if we were talking about a chosen family, I definitely couldn't just sacrifice them. Would you rather always be hated by those closest to you for something you didn't do, or have hurt everyone you care about, but they'll never find out it was you? Ooh. Now this is a hard one. Again, if there's one thing I hate, I don't like the idea of being hated for something I didn't do. This feels unfair. This feels unjust. This feels much more unjust than this. At least with this one, I can make it up to them without them knowing it. Would you rather sleep with your worst enemy or sleep with someone who you know has many incurable STDs? Okay. You know, as much as I may hate my worst enemy, no. No, 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 no. It's called a condom. I also don't trust condoms, and let's face it, it's called you don't. No, 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 no. This is you have to choose an option. Would you rather sleep with one of these two people? Basically, would you rather have sex with one of these two people? It is, would you rather sleep? Even so, I hate to say it though, because I can blackmail later. I hate to say it though, like, this kind of like, yeah, like this would, it does make me feel bad. This does actually concern me and scare me a bit. Especially when it's an STD-ridden person. That means that this person has made a lot of poor life choices. At least, and I know that's very judgmental of me to say. Okay, just go with it. Would you rather only eat food you don't like, or give up all liquids except for water? It also says incurable. I'd rather only eat this food I dislike. I'd rather give up all liquids except for water. You know what? No. If I could eat any of my favorite foods, but I could only drink water, fuck it, I'm only drinking water. Would you rather always listen to music at max volume or always listen to music just above its lowest volume? I hate max volume on very low. Would you rather meet your hero and find out they don't like you, or never meet your hero at all? I'd rather never meet my hero. I like the idea of a hero. Meeting your hero is always something that scares me. Would you rather never have a pet for the rest of your life, or never have friends for the rest of your life? I'd rather never have pets. I love animals, but I want friends more. Would you rather live in excruciating pain for the rest of your life, Or live pain-free, but everyone you know and love will live in excruciating pain for the rest of... Oh my god. No. I can't do that to them. I would rather be the one in excruciating pain and everybody else is fine. But we are not yet done. For we have made it through many categories except for one. These final questions will be from deep within. I want to see your soul. I want to see your heart beat quicken. I want to learn all that you know. I want to see what makes you think. I want to know what makes you tick. I want to know your darkest truths. I want to know what makes you sick. I want to expel the truth from you. I want to feed on your precious fate. I want to learn of all of your love and bathe in all of your hate. So one last time we sit together as we await the final revelation. These are the last questions I have, the last examination. Take your time, do think hard, savor every moment dearly. For when I am finally finished with you, you will see it all ever so clearly. And here we go. Choose one of these words that you feel resonates with you most in this very moment. Volatile. Choose one of these words that you feel resonant with you. Curious. Do you ever lie to those who are closest to you? All the time. Joke. But I do lie. Have you ever hurt someone who you know didn't deserve it? It happens, unfortunately. Have you ever lost your temper when you know you shouldn't have? Actually, I have, and I remember this one time that I ended up screaming at one of my previous boyfriends because I got really upset about something. He was trying to calm me down, and I just yelled at him, and I lost it. I know I scared him because I was just like, I basically directed all of my anger at him, and I didn't mean to. Have you ever intentionally hurt an animal? Intentionally? No. Have you ever blamed someone for something that you know they didn't do? Have I? Barring stupid children stuff, I don't think so. Why would I blame someone for something that I know they didn't do? Have you ever abandoned a... No. Fuck anyone that does this. Fuck anyone that ever abandons a pet. Like, Have you ever abandoned a loved one in their time of need? Now this one I have to think about. I'm thinking about this because I'm thinking about in terms of whenever I was in college. Because that's like the biggest one in which I basically, in many ways, I did abandon my family. I was just trying to live, and my mom and dad were going through a divorce, and I just couldn't deal with it anymore. But abandon a loved one in their time of need. I want to say no. I don't feel like I have. Have you ever stolen something from someone that you cared about? I don't think so. I don't think I have. I can't say I have. Have you ever broken something to spite someone that you cared about? Oh, stop it, Wolfie Doo. I'm gonna smack you. To spite someone that you cared about. No. Have you ever played the victim in a situation even though you hadn't been wrong? I hate people that do this. Have you ever had romantic feelings for someone who wasn't your partner while you were in a relationship? I mean, yes. I don't think that this is necessarily bad. It's more about what you want to do with those feelings and how you communicate with it anyways. Have you ever wished for the death of someone who has wronged you? Ha ha! Have I ever? And there is at least a small list of that. Have you ever wished for the death of a loved one? No. The people that I love intensely. If you knew that writing someone's name on a piece of paper could instantly cause their death, would you write down anyone's name? T.I. Excuse me, let me go get the Fortune 500 list really fast. Do you feel like you could spend more time with your loved ones than you currently do? I do. I want to spend more time with them, and I feel like I don't spend enough time with those that I love. Have you ever owed someone an apology but refused to apologize to them? Death Note music plays. Honestly, that entire scene with Light Yagami with like just going like I would just do that. It would just be like yeah. I'm willing to bet yes. Remember that I do hold grudges, and I'm willing to bet that there is somebody that I do need to apologize to but refuse to do it. Do you ever regret worrying too much about things you can't control? I eat it. Stop it. Yeah. Do you ever feel like your negativity brings other people down? Yes. I feel like I'm too negative a lot and that I'm being depressing. I feel that a lot. Do you ever regret not standing up for yourself when you feel you've been wronged? Yeah. Do you feel like you let others influence your decision making too much? Not really. Oh, I have heard about that. Like, everyone's talking about that, Happy. I don't really feel like I let others influence me too much in my decision making. Do you ever wish that you lived a more honest life? A more honest life? No, I actually feel like I live a pretty good life right now. Has your dishonesty ever caused someone else to suffer? That's a good question. I would like to think no, but I'm pretty sure it probably has. Have you ever had someone leave your life before you had the chance to tell them something important? Probably. Do you ever feel like you prioritize people in your life that are unworthy of your time? Another hard question. Do I feel like I prioritize people that are unworthy of it? To be honest, I do. I do sometimes feel like I'm wasting my time with some people. I know that with some of those people, I probably have interacted with them a little bit less. Do you feel like you prioritize your own wants for those who need you most? Not really. I have a hard time prioritizing anything for myself. Do you ever feel like you spend too much time working towards something that you're not truly passionate about? I wish I was working on something. Do you feel like you're living up to your full potential? No. Good night, Runic. Do you ever let your fears stop you from pursuing things that you truly want? Yeah. Have you ever refused to try something because you were afraid that you would fail? I don't feel like I've done that. Have you ever been attracted to somebody but refused to let them know because you were afraid of being rejected? Actually, no. I am probably a little bit too forward. I am very forward with myself. Do you ever feel as though you're chasing the wrong things in life? A little bit, yeah. Do you ever feel like you spend so much time planning for the future that you ignore the present? Yes, I do. Do you feel like your friends and family like you more than you like them? No. Not really. Matter of fact, I probably feel like I'm not getting enough, but again, that's just a lot of my own worries and concerns with that. Have you ever loved a pet more than your family? Absolutely, I did. Do you ever make up excuses to get out of going to an event instead of just telling the person who invited you that you just don't want to go? I mean, honestly, who doesn't make up excuses? Do you ever feel like you spend more time with technology than you do building stronger bonds with your friends and family? Honestly, I kind of do feel this way a lot. I do kind of feel like I isolate myself intentionally so. It's something I feel very conscientious of. Have you ever defended someone that you shouldn't have? Probably. Do you sometimes have a hard time admitting that you're wrong? Not really. If there's one thing I like to think I'm pretty good at is admitting that I'm wrong at something. Do you ever place the blame for your personal failures on someone or something else? No. I know I struggle because of my own inabilities. I may understand where some of the root cause may be coming from, but it's not like it's their fault. Like, this is my life now, and I need to do what I can do to make it better, essentially. You know, like, I can't continue to just... Have you ever accused someone or something with no real evidence to back it up? I don't like making accusations without at least having something. I don't like doing this. Have you ever had sex with someone whom you know you shouldn't have? Yes, I have. Have you ever had any kind of relationship with someone whom you know you shouldn't have? Yes, I have. There definitely have been poor life choices I've made in my life. Have you ever let a relationship degrade because you were afraid of being the one to break up with someone? Yeah. Actually, there was a very recent... I say very recent. This was at least some years ago. I would say Tachi was very much this way. He ended up having to break up with me. And I should have broken up with him. Do you ever feel like you could take better care of your own health? Absolutely. Have you ever let someone else take the blame for something that you did? Let someone else take the blame for something that I did. I would be bothered by that. Have you ever acquired something that you didn't really want just because someone else wanted it? No. I don't understand why some people do this. Do you ever feel like you're not living up to others' expectations? Constantly. This is a... Have you ever walked out of someone's life without any explanation? Kind of, sort of. There have definitely been a couple of friends that I just stopped caring about. Not really caring about. Like, I stopped being their friend because we just weren't good for each other anymore. And there's no need to explain that anymore. It's just like, this isn't healthy anymore, and there's no need to explain it. Do you ever feel like you focus more on the negative aspects of your life and what you haven't done rather than being grateful for what you have done? Yes. Have you ever witnessed someone being wrong but didn't have the courage to stand up for them? Yes. As a matter of fact, I have a very distinct memory of this whenever I was a cashier at Walmart many moons ago. It was literally a woman being like, God, it was this man that was being just sexually gross with this woman at the checkout. And I remember in the back of my head being like, I should have told him to go fuck off. I should have stood up for her. And finally, do you feel like you're a good person? Yeah. Yeah, I do. I do everything I can to be a good person. That concludes the ending of your examination. In your mind, I have dug myself a hole. I will analyze your answers very carefully, and now it's time for me to gaze into your soul. This is preposterous. This simply cannot be. I have expected every potential outcome, but yours seems to have evaded even me. I was prepared to tell you of your fate, to play upon your fear, to break the worst of news to you, to plant seeds of doubt within your ear. But as I've asked you to be honest with me, I must in turn be just as honest with you. For as much as I wish to lie, I am forever shackled to the truth. For what I can deduct from deep within, from everything you've shared with me. In return, I should share this with you. This is what I see. Well, this is as clear as day. There's a big piece of life's grand puzzle that you are missing on a daily basis. There are bridges in your life that have been collapsed, either by your own doing or by someone else's. But either way, this has affected you more than you may realize. Judging from the looks of things, you really need to reach out to someone you haven't spoken to in a long while. It doesn't matter how the conversation will end up going. It doesn't matter if it will be boring, pleasant, or painful. What matters most is that you spend the time having this conversation with them, because there's something very valuable that you're going to learn by talking to them. You're going to get a certain feeling, a certain emotion. Focus not on what they say, but how they make you feel. That emotion is the key to your next step in life. Take a little bit of time out of your day to get in contact. You'll be very thankful that you did. I think you'll be very surprised just how much of a positive impact this can have on your life going forward. I hope this information helps you achieve your goals. Your secret word is solace. Remember this word. This will come in handy. Hmm. Oh, I've just been silent. I will peel the truth from your flesh like petals from a blackened rose. She loves me. Don't do this. She loves me not. She loves me. Please, I beg of you. She loves me not. Ugh. She loves me. She loves me not. She will never love a monster like you. So let her choice take its toll. In her cell, may she rot. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, yeah. Wow, they actually made quite a few games now. No. But that's everything. That was a lot. That was a lot to take in. I was just kind of silent at the end of that there, if I'm being honest. I kind of wanted to let that just play out as it was. You know? Like, this is meant to be a very just, like, pretty hardcore game. It's meant to make you question. It's meant to make you really think about things, and it's just. It's a lot. But if there's one thing that I feel like this thing is telling me to do now, if I were to believe in any of that, because it's something I've been avoiding, is that I really need I really need to call my mom and dad and really talk to them and let them know what's going on. Let them know why I really haven't said much to them, because in all honesty, I am just... It's not that I don't necessarily love them, but what they have done to me is a lot for me to process. Whether or not they understand that or even accept it, that doesn't matter, I guess. What matters is that I need to confront that a bit more. I probably should be a little bit more just... I guess in some ways I do feel like I've been allowing my relationships to collapse a bit much. I know with my family, it's definitely a big one that I would probably want to fix. Or at least, not fix, but at least address, you know? I probably will do that before long. I should. But... before I start getting a little bit too gloomy and dooming, we're gonna go visit a lovely bun by Afronasia Bun, who's currently playing Dead Space 2. I hope you all have been having a good time just watching me play a silly little game like this. And that you've also enjoyed some of the contents. Thinking about the questions and how you would maybe answer them. Really just allowing yourself to just... to understand that... this is, like, life is weird. Life is hard. And that we all are struggling. And I want you all to know how much... I really do appreciate you guys just being here. And I hope that you guys continue to be here. And that you do continue to get better. I love you all. I'll be playing something tomorrow. I don't know if I'll continue Inscryption or if I'll move on to something else. I do admit that I haven't really been feeling like continuing Inscryption a little bit, if I'm being perfectly honest. Not that I don't like it, it's just I know my brain's kind of getting that way. But until tomorrow, everybody, I love you. Take care. Until next time. Bye.